Well, hello, Clifford. Look at you not looking like you have mange.
That won't last long, don't worry.
Won't last long.
And I'm gonna shovel food into my face real quick here.
Yep, honestly, I was just about to get up from my chair, head upstairs, and grab a box of Cheez-Its.
Do it.
Do it. Allie, why you gotta be so pretty?
It's so quiet.
I know. Painful. Nobody was speaking. I didn't know what to do. Right. I was gonna get this.
Now, where are those other two slackers?
Where are the slackers?
Couldn't tell you.
There's one.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
The fuck did I put my earbuds?
Where'd you put what?
I was looking for my earbuds, so I could have it not play through my speakers. Because I find myself constantly adjusting my sound, so you guys don't get feedback.
Mm.
Oh my god, Mom! Can you hear my mother cackling upstairs?
No.
No.
That's good. I'm very glad. because that was loud. I don't know what she's watching, but she's having a great time doing it. They were covered by laundry, so everything makes more sense now. No wonder I couldn't find them. I am feeling much better, thank you, Heathcliff. Mostly better, in fact.
You're gonna stay that way this time.
I hate headphones with all my heart.
So Megan, next time you get the inkling to lick a doorknob, you're going to...
To not.
Or at least wash it first.
I really...
No. We're just going to go with the not licking it thing.
But I really want to.
But if it's a tasty looking doorknob, though.
Like, what if I'm in like a life-size gingerbread house and there's a peppermint doorknob? What am I supposed to do?
Not, because peppermint's kind of gross.
Fuck yourself. Peppermint's my favorite flavor.
Well,
Okay.
then.
I'm okay with peppermint, but like literally no one has ever said it's their favorite.
I know. I'm a heathen.
Kind of old lady shit is that?
Well,
Anything, I'm sure you've noticed by that I've like been mowing down on things like mint Oreos and shit like that. I love mint. Hell yeah. No, fight me, Lissa. In fact, my drink of choice back in college was to have a hot chocolate with peppermint schnapps in it. I will fight you. She's so cute. I love her so much.
She's full of false threats. Don't believe it.
I mean, she is.
So am I.
Kind
I
of...
was thinking, like I'm pretty sure I said in the group chat, I should just have a shirt that says "Fight Me." Shut up, John.
We're all
Shut up, John.
very terrified of you, Melissa. You're just the most terrifying person we know.
Fight. My legs hurt so badly.
Am I allowed to just autopilot
Wonder
tonight?
why. Yeah, just let us self DM and yeah, everything will be fine by next session.
The mile walk is the issue. I also got a table and carried that into the new place and did a lot of heavy lifting and yard work.
Hold on, are you supposed to be leaving right now in the house? Are you still...
No.
I'm free. Today was my first day of freedom.
And you decided to just take full advantage of that shit, huh?
I've been trapped in one room for 10 days. Cliff.
You're talking to the wrong person about sympathy for that one.
Right.
I've been trapped in the same room for fucking since March 16th, 2020. I'm good.
I am very much a extrovert, go out and do things kind of person. So this has not been my favorite week, but I did enjoy having a week off.
I'm a introverted extrovert, or extroverted introvert. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't think it's called annoying.
I mean, it's like, I do fine alone for the most part, and there's definitely days where I'm like, no, social battery dead. People are not happening today. But, for the most part, it's like, if I don't have people, I'm like...
I mean, I get it, but like first day of freedom shouldn't include triathlon. Just saying.
Right.
It was a 1 mile walk.
And then moving a giant ass table.
Right.
Solid wood.
Yeah.
John just looked at me like, I swear I'm gonna beat this fucking girl.
It's like things not to do. I ain't gonna do all of them.
Seriously.
Take it easy the first few days, we feel better. Me, let's go!
You don't have to be Felix in real life.
Felix is based on a true story.
For
I was
real.
about to say, if you look at my like history of characters, I clearly have desire to be a large, strong man.
Me too.
Not me.
You know, John, you could live that dream.
Those days are past me.
Nah, that takes effort.
That takes a level of dedication I'm not ready to do.
Right.
You know, I feel that because back in high school, I had a 6-pack, and that's probably never gonna fucking happen again.
I've had a
I
lot of
think
six
everyone
packs.
has that story.
Had a lot of 6-packs, different types.
But you know, I didn't get a college 15. I got a college 70, and then I have lost 40 of it. But you know, nope, 50 now. But I don't think I'm ever gonna look like I did back in college. I mean, high school. I mean, I hope I never look like I did in college again. No, thank you.
I think I just have more gray hair now.
That's how I feel.
What hair?
I was gonna say, wouldn't that take having hair?
In his,
Yeah, so
in
I
his
keep cutting
goatee.
it the fuck off.
In his goatee, judgmental asses.
Mm-hmm.
I
Got like one strip that just see that little fucker. Yeah, they want they like to hang out and not go away.
I'm about 20 pounds heavier and a hell of a lot salt and pepperier. Whatever. What's the? I don't. No, fucking go. Let's go live.
Okay.
Everything's fucked up. Hold up. Who changed their name on here?
What? I've always been X.
Who
What?
changed their name on here? John,
On
you
where?
changed your fucking name from the whatever the to Cal.
No, I
I'm
didn't.
so excited.
I ain't changed shit.
I am the wholesome wise boy.
I'm being framed.
Sophie, live your dream. You're a large, strong
This has
man.
been going so good, not needing to do any of this shit.
I just called you Sophie instead of Allie because it's weird live, and that was really weird that I just your character's name.
That's okay.
I'm so sad that you did this to me.
Well,
He looks so satisfied with himself, like, fuck you, Cliff.
teach you not
I
to
love
sleep.
how it's just like big screen of just John right now. And Axis Square, just like hee looking proud of himself.
I don't like that much attention. No.
Do, 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 do.
I almost believe you.
Oh no, poor buddy.
Oh, good. Now it's the Sophie show.
And now it's the Sin Show. That's me, Helix. This is a fun game. Cliff's like, it's not a fun game.
Cliff is Sophie.
Yes.
Oh,
Inside, he's always been Sophie.
go on, grab your tits. You know you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got time.
He looks so defeated.
Well, I mean, he did just get out of work like 10 minutes ago, so.
I'm not saying shit. We're just gonna do this. It's just how it's gonna happen.
He has so much venting he can't do yet.
A behind the scene look at how to properly build the background thing.
First, it starts with a lot of self-resentment.
Mm-hmm. Got that.
A little
Next.
bit of resentment towards John.
That's always been there.
Yeah, I mean
That's not a prerequisite. That's just something I have.
consistency.
I mean, we're not pissed at John. What are we doing?
Right.
Sin, I didn't know that you were the GM for this game.
There's not going to be a GM for this game in a minute.
You're right, Allie's the GM. Let's put
Oh,
her
God,
under
no.
pressure for that.
Oh, hey.
Let's.
Hi, everybody. No problems here. Hold on. Let me just get this sleep in a can going.
We're gonna think his camera's frozen. No, he's just sleep sitting up.
My eyes open. So, for real, they got the butterfly flavor of Monster.
What's it called?
It's called Poppy Line.
Please say Papillon correctly, thank you.
I did.
He did.
Poppy Line.
Yeah.
It's the line. The poppy line. So hey everybody, welcome to tonight's very exciting episode where Allie does recap. Nothing else matters except for the fact that Allie is doing recap.
Exactly correct. Been waiting all week.
After tonight, I think that the rest of the stream loot cards that are created will go live. And then if you guys go to Streamloots and you put in any suggestions, I will take ones that I like and vet with the players, and we'll make those cards happen too. And then we could have a full deck, and then maybe I'll actually make them real cards. Undead Berg, bro. What's up, man? Other than that, I have nothing. I am running on 2 hours of sleep. I worked a 12-hour day. I managed to jump in the shower and shovel food into my face. And now we're here. That's how my day's been. So, with that, Allie, go ahead and catch everybody up on what happened last week.
Yay.
So, you know how I said I had those 3 pages of notes? That third page, I think I was a little too far into that really strong drink, and it was all a lot of scribbles that make no sense.
That's the one we want you to actually read verbatim.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No. Okay. No, I don't need a drink tonight, but if you'd bring me a coffee, that'd be great.
Alright, can you bring me a drink?
Get
Okay,
her a Poppy Line Monster.
Yes.
Stop saying it wrong!
Okay. Yeah. So I do have notes though. Just 2 pages of them. So last week we started off talking about the aberrant bioterrorist that was the cliffhanger from the week before. The police had been questioning local reservations for leads. When Tal heard that, his face drastically changed, and Sophie, noticing everything, picked up on that. And they were talking a little bit about... okay, hold on, I can hear myself. She was talking about... Thank you. Tal was talking about the way things go when they question the aberrant in the reservations, and you guys, I don't know if I can do this. Like,
You're doing great.
Believe.
I don't feel like I am, but it's okay. Throwing shit on the ground. Okay. So yeah, we end up talking about that, and it's really kind of terrible the way they're treated. Harsh interrogation techniques, basically, is what it sounds like. And after we're done with this conversation, we end up back in the storage unit, and basically out of nowhere, X is like, hey guys, let's make a band. And it's just kind of like, what okay. I don't know. My notes don't make sense, you guys. I cannot do this. I just need to borrow Megan's notes. Okay.
Oh, here's the thing. I actually never made it to episode 5. Listen, episode 4 was 8.5 pages.
Okay. So yeah,
That's why I don't know the cliffhanger. You asked me.
yeah, oh, you responded. Thanks. Yeah, okay. So after the discussion of making a music video, we decide to try to set up a form of surveillance using X's little button camera that he always has on him. And Sophie, being good at everything again, somehow, ends up being able to help him get that set up. And the next thing in my notes is that Tiff grabs Sophie's boobs.
I'm glad we got the important stuff.
Yeah, and
I'm pretty sure that's after you had said that, well, I'm not used to male attention. And Felix
yeah,
what?
yeah,
Nani?
yeah, basically. So because they had to bring up the very terrible flirting scenario that Sophie was in, Sophie's like, no, guys, don't do that to me. I am terrible at this. I am not used to that kind of attention. And Tiff comes up behind me and she goes, she's not used to these. And it was just
Great.
yes.
That's a word.
You were 800 Shades of Red and nobody even touched your real boob.
I feel like I'm probably, I don't know, I'm dying a little bit right now. It's fine. We got some
recap.
We got some of Felix's backstory. Figured out why he likes to work out so much, and it's because he had gotten a full ride scholarship for baseball, but he got injured, and so he lost that. And no,
he didn't get injured. He got arrested.
No, arrested. That's it. I didn't have the reason. I just
You assume
okay.
no. He got arrested for underage
Right.
drinking.
Underage drinking. That was it. Let me fix that. Except I don't have a pencil, so I won't fix it, and I'll forget again. Please never make me do a recap again because this is a train wreck. Yeah. So if anybody wants to take over at any point, that would be great because
You're doing great.
no, I'm not.
You're
Okay.
having a good time, Allie. Keep
I
going.
am so glad because this is awful. Whew. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, again with Felix's, let's go back to that. He didn't get injured. He got arrested, and he went into the whole. His sister is the golden child, better at everything, and then Tal tried to make us all cry by being just having really freaking wholesome and having the best things to say. And I have 0 notes on that conversation because I was just so focused on not crying right there. It's fine, but it's fine.
It's not our fault that our parents failed. That's what that was.
Yeah. Those words. And there was a lot of that. And it was just like, okay. Yeah. So, and then, so Tal, next day. Yep. I'm good at this, having day things going on. We end up going to Lucy's Diner. I made a decision last week. It was a quick decision. Let me just make a note of that.
It is now canon.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. Where was I? Yeah, so we eat breakfast, and then Tal and X go to make a recording so they can post a message to the aberrant who is accused of being a bioterrorist so we can get his or her side of the story and, let him know we want to help, contact us and we can figure things out. And during the time that they do that, Sophie's kind of watching in the alleyway, just kind of keeping an eye out so nobody bothers them, or just letting them know if somebody's about to come in there, I guess. And Felix and the lawyer, Brent Turner, are still sitting in the diner, but Felix starts getting a little paranoid because, the cops are looking for him, and he's just feeling like he's being watched, and he's like, dude, I gotta get out of here. So they end up doing laps around the parking lot. I think that's what this says. And then after the video is recorded, we go back into the diner. Sophie orders food for later while X tries to get the video to upload. And then there's band practice in there. And at some point, X sneaks out while everybody's sleeping. That's all that I have on that. My notes are great.
Great, babe. Oh, honey.
Can I be done now?
Almost there.
Did you make it more off-center to piss me off? Are you trying to fix it?
Oh, right. So, Felix and X both want to go back to their apartment, get some of their shit, because they have very little of it, but obviously that's a terrible idea, so they can't. It's just a thing that's brought up. And then when we get back to the storage unit, we found out we've been locked out because Al, the owner of the unit, has realized, hey, these fuckers are living here. Why? And so Felix has to go and explain things to him, and he ends up letting us stay, and he's like, hey, if you'd just been honest, I'd have helped you out. And that's all I have on that one. That doesn't make sense. I don't know, guys. My notes are bad. So yeah, we end up having this little session thing where we're all just doing different skills that we have, saying, hey, I'm going to do this, and roll the die. I don't remember what we called that, but it's a thing that happened. Next thing I have is X saying, I trust you.
So you were passing time between what date it was to the date of the court case. And essentially during that time, you had to do a few things. One of them being laying low, one of them being quiet so Al doesn't kick you out. X and Tal were checking their messages to see if the aberrant that Tal reached out to, that is the supposed bioterrorist, contacted them. So all these tasks were being done in a montage fashion, and that's what the skill checks were for, was to see how well. And it was a pretty aggressive skill check they had to do, where they had to get 25 successes in a 6-day window, which basically meant they had to have everybody had to succeed, and they had to have 2 raises per day to make that, and they did. Continue.
I had hopes you were just going to take over, and you just crushed them.
That's what I'm here for.
You're really trying to make me cry tonight, aren't you?
Listen, if anyone's going to fucking cry tonight, it's going to be me. You don't get that.
Okay, so yeah, they end up checking the messages, and there are thousands of comments in support, and also some chastising things. The message. Some people are trying to figure out where the message was recorded, trying to get a location, and one of the messages was a voice message that Tal understood. And it was the aberrant reaching out, and now we are to that last page of notes of terrible things. And I don't have the cliffhanger, so
there's 2 things that happened. They posted the video reaching out to the aberrant, and first thing X noticed was that there were people in the comments that were trying to decipher where the video was taken by the surrounding areas because they kind of filmed it. They filmed it in a way that it like didn't show Tal's face, didn't give away too much. It was like him speaking to the camera anonymously. So they picked apart different things there to try to locate where it was at, and that's the first thing that happened. And they successfully found the area. Second thing that happened was an aberrant reached out to them, speaking in their true native tongue, which up until this point had not been. None of the players, other than Tal, have actually heard this up until this point. And it was enough that it actually hurt X's ears when he heard it. Tal listened to it, realized that the aberrant was saying, "What is your true name?" Tal recorded another video back, sending it to him, speaking his true name. Heeding Tal's advice, everybody covered their ears because of the side effects of this, except for Felix, who decided, no, I need to know what this sounds like. So, after hearing Tal speak his native language, which is essentially, their language is comprised of the essence, which is magic. So him saying this is essentially like him speaking the incantations of a spell, for lack of better terminology. And it was so pure and strong of a connection with the essence that it actually sent Felix into an essence overdrive, and his skin began to radiate red hot, and you could see the heat waves bursting off of him, and he felt lightheaded and he felt like shit, but his strength was just at maximum, so much so that he picked up a signpost that still had the cement boot on it and was able to easily swing it around with one hand, where nobody except Sophie was able to even pick this thing up, harboring back to Sophie being good at everything for some reason. So that happened. They realized they were outside of Felix's old job and decided to get the fuck out of there without actually looking to see what was going on there, because it was so quiet and they didn't want to get busted, so they ran back. Then the next day, they had a little spa day, got to shower properly for the first time in a while, got dressed up, and they went to the courthouse. And they were standing at the steps of the courthouse waiting to go in, and then I had Tal roll a spirit roll, and that's where we ended it. Good job, Allie. We won't make you do that anymore unless you volunteer to do it again.
Okay.
Make her do it again.
Fucking
touch face.
No. Cliff's recommending a Who Does recap card, so. Oh, all these kiddos.
Card for picking Who Does recap. I like that.
That's it. We're done. No more kiddos.
Or what we could do is we could do, using the channel points to vote, we could narrow it down to 2 people and then let chat vote on those 2 people. And then whoever does it week A is excluded from the list in week B.
Mm-hmm.
So then that way you never have to worry about doing it 2 weeks in a row, and chat can abuse their power.
At least I won't have to do it next week.
Exactly. And the good thing about leaving it up to chat is that Allie can't say shit because she was chat and abused the power of chat, so now she has to take it.
I did, but I also helped a lot.
Yes, but.
But all those monsters I summoned.
With that being said, quick rundown. The little chip above the player's head, that is their bennies. That's how many times they can reroll, soak damage, make declarations, stuff like that. You can use your channel points, or you can use stream loot cards to get them bennies. The 3 bubbles above their head are their wound trackers. Nobody has wounds right now, so kudos on that. Oh yeah, there was a moment where Tal healed basically everybody. On the right-hand side of the players' profiles, you'll see there's a little card. Megan, you're supposed to Vanna White for me. Yes, that. Those are adventure cards. If they have a 1 there or a higher number, that means that they have adventure cards they can still play. So if there are any stream loot cards or anything that give them additional adventure cards, that number will go up. If that number's at 0, don't bother buying them anything that says adventure cards, unless it's one that says it gives them an additional use. Otherwise, I'll just deny it. And then lastly, the number above my head is how many raises the players collectively have. You can give them raises, and if they get a success, they can bump it up to a raise by using these, but they currently don't have any, so they can't do that right now. With that being said, let's start off tonight's show. So, Tal, you rolled a 5, if I remember correctly, for your spirit roll.
Sure.
Let me double check. I believe that's what it was. It was a 5. Okay. So let me... Okay. So you're all standing at the base of the stairs looking up into the courthouse, and as you all start walking up the stairs, the doors burst open and you see there is tons of press. There are camera crews, there are news crews. This has become a full event in the time since you all have been in hiding. And as you're walking up the stairs, people start coming out and they're bombarding and they're going up and they're like, Felix, why'd you do it? Why'd you kill all those people?
He doesn't even speak. He just keeps walking, not making eye contact with anyone.
And the lawyer, Brent Turner, he kind of jumps in front of all the questions where he can, and he's like, we're not answering questions right now. All I could say is that my client is innocent, and we have plenty enough evidence to prove this beyond a shadow of a doubt. Thank you, no more questions, and he ushers everybody in. While this is going on, does anybody say anything?
Felix looks rather shut down, and is very like, oh my god. That's pretty much it.
X would just ignore all of this really and push Tao faster into the courthouse.
Yeah. Tao's looking like he's about to say something to the reporters, and he just gets pushed away.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're pushed in. You guys get past the metal detectors. You're in the main area there. They pull you off into your side rooms, and you hear the noise die down as the press is kept separate from you from this room. And Brent sits down. Everybody's at a table, and he's like, "All right. We have a solid case here. We have plenty of video evidence from X that you all were just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and you did what you had to do to defend yourselves. We can prove this with the video. We also have evidence of police corruption, some of which we were able to tie back to the first arriving officers at the scene the night of the shootings at the apartment. For at least one of the 3 at the apartment, we have irrefutable proof of self-defense. For the other 2, we have a good case for the good bystander laws of you defending X, as these people were found with weapons at his door. Is there anything else that you all want to go over before we get put out there?
What are we gonna do about the 10 other murder charges?
The other murder charges, I'm not really concerned with them. The chances of you being in the same place as these 10 murders are very slim. But the dates of these murders were not submitted to the court in time for us to be able to review them before we were exiled out.
Okay.
So, this one we're going to have to play by ear. As long as you have some decent explanation for where you were during these times, of how you couldn't have been where that was, I think that that's circumstantial at best, and I think that we do have grounds for getting that dismissed altogether. If we could have got a hold of Julian, it would have made things a lot easier, but last I heard, no one had gotten a hold of him still.
I hope he's okay. You know, he may have got me in a lot of shit, but he's also got me out of a lot of shit, so I just hope he's okay.
That's a bridge we're going to have to cross when we get to it, but right now we need to focus on today and what we're going to say. Does anybody have anything that they want to bounce off me? Are we clear on what we're doing? Yeah, Tal.
Who polices the police here? So if we prove to the court that the police were corrupt, do they arrest themselves? Like, who's above them?
So the police actually have a group, a subsect of themselves that's called the Internal Affairs Division, and whenever there's reports of misconduct or anything in the police, this special group of people investigate them. But unfortunately, yes, it is the police investigating themselves. At this moment, our concern is not what happens to the police when they're found guilty of doing it. Right now, our concern is making sure that we are not found guilty of anything. We'll deal with the police part of it afterwards. The main thing right now is making sure that Felix walks out of here today not in shackles.
Agreed.
I'm surprised I'm not already in them right now.
Well, lucky for you, you got a damn good lawyer.
Hell yeah, I do.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, that's the motto. Tal, we're going to keep you off the stand unless absolutely necessary, because I know the way these people think, and they are going to purposefully do things and say things to either trick you or to make you inadvertently say things to make yourself look bad or to make the group look bad without you even realizing they're doing it. It's literally what they're paid to do.
They won't be able to trick me. I'm just going to tell them Mr. Felix is a hero and you can't tell me otherwise.
And as noble as that is, unfortunately, we have to keep you off the stand unless it comes down to that. Everybody else, though, you're going to be called up, you're going to be sworn in, and they are going to need to hear your side of things. Felix, you have the right to plead the fifth for everything, but it's going to make you look guilty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, is that even a good idea? Oh.
I think that we have a solid enough case here that we don't have to, but it's important for all of you to understand that you have to control your emotions, because they are going to purposefully say and do things to trigger you, to make you show any sign of anger. They're trying to paint Felix out to be this monster, so if they can make Felix snap, go belligerent, yell, anything on the stand, that's going to prove their case, that he is this unhinged psychopath.
Okay.
So it's our job to make sure that that doesn't happen. I don't want to alert you all or anything, but I was informed today that the prosecuting attorney actually formed a full legal team, and they have some pretty heavy hitters. And between us here inside this room, I'm pretty sure that Rushkov foot the bill for it.
Not surprised. Just... I thought I was ready. Feeling a lot less ready now that we're here, huh?
It's one of those things you can't really prepare for. You just kind of got to dive in and sink or swim. And I'm hoping that everybody brought their floaties. So
Was that
Aren't you the
something
one
I
who's
was
supposed to bring these floaties?
Yeah, I didn't get mine.
we got
Figure
you,
of
Tal.
speech.
We got you, Tal.
Okay.
So X, anything you want to go over?
Nothing about court. It just feels like if we win this, then we're gonna have a target on our back from Rushkov.
Well, yes and no. The good thing about it is this has enough publicity to it that if something goes wrong, it looks bad. And I don't think that that's the kind of message Rushkov is trying to send. We're not trying to throw Rushkov under the bus. We're just trying to prove Felix is innocent. So as long as we stick with that, if we're not going down this rabbit hole, I don't see a reason for there to be a target on your back. Sophie, any questions about anything?
No, I don't think so.
Felix?
I can't even get my head on straight right now, never mind think of a question.
Well, take some deep breaths, compose yourself.
Working on it.
You of all people, we need level-headed.
Yep. I'm just nervous that you saw what happened when Tal said his real name and I got all... That does happen sometimes when I get real freaked out. Really hoping for that not to happen on the stand.
I hope for both of our sakes that it does not as well. And Tal, we're going to move you into an isolation room. You are going to have a full live video feed of everything that's going on in the courtroom. But we're going to keep you isolated from everybody just to make sure that they don't try doing anything or saying anything to you while you're sitting in the crowd. Because anything that you say in rebuttal, which is what they're hoping for, is going to be admissible, and they're going to try using that against Felix. And then just keep your mind prepared for if it does come down to it and we have to call you up there, we're going to. And just keep in mind that there will be cross-examination, which means that the other lawyers will get a chance to say things to you that you may not like, that you may not agree with, that may not even be entirely true. But they are going to purposefully push your buttons.
And don't say anything bad about cops.
If they do call me up, can Miss Sophie come with me?
She cannot. But she'll be right there 15 feet in front of you.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Like I said, we're hoping it doesn't come down to that. But if it does, I just want you to be prepared for that. We're all going to be there. We just have to bite our tongues while the other lawyers are doing their cross-examination.
Okay.
All right.
Felix is just gonna like reach over and pat Tal's back, like just trying to comfort him because he seems just as freaked out as Felix is.
All right. Well, we got a few minutes here. Do you all want me to get you any coffee, any snacks? Some people are nervous eaters. I never do, but you know.
Just water.
Okay. Anyone else need anything?
No,
All right.
thanks.
I'll be
I'm
back
okay.
in 5 minutes or so. And he gets up and he walks out, and you hear the door shut behind him.
Tal pulls out some pocket bacon and starts nibbling.
Well, that's a week old now, isn't it? You know meat goes bad, right, Tal?
Want some?
I appreciate your offer, but no, I don't. I don't want the pocket bacon.
Okay.
This man moved the pocket bacon into a finely tailored suit.
Yeah.
And, you know, it might not be a week-old bacon. We have gone to the diner a few times.
It could be new bacon, you're right.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it is important to restock the pocket bacon.
Mm-hmm.
He's re-upping on pocket bacon every chance he gets. He's like, this coat's got a lot of pockets. I need more bacon.
We're all grease soaked.
Again, real hope there's not any canine units looking us over.
I don't know why all the canine dogs just sniffing on the black guy over there.
It's because I'm Aberrant.
Just you a pocket full of bacon, sir.
Get your own.
All right. And after a few minutes, he comes back in. He's got a tray with some glasses on it and a pitcher of water. He pours a glass, puts it in front of Felix. And he's like, all right. We got about 5 minutes before the bailiff comes to get us. He's going to escort all of us except for Tal to the courtroom. And then Tal, you stick with him, and he's going to lead you to the isolation room. And
How are we gonna be sure that the cop that's with Tal isn't one of the bad ones?
we can't know for sure, but this is a court bailiff. It's not an LVPD officer. I mean, if that's a real big concern, I mean, I can stick with them the whole time, but then you guys are gonna be right. You guys are gonna be out, 5-6 minutes before I get back there. But I mean, I can stick with him until he's in the room.
I'll be okay. I won't do anything to jeopardize your court case.
I appreciate you all coming to speak on my behalf and fight for my innocence. I know you got more wrapped up into this because of my actions and how rash I can be. But thank you for being friends.
We're all in this together now.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. There's a knock, knock, knock at the door. He answers. Bailiff's there. He's like, all right, everybody, let's go. He ushers you out of the room. You guys hear the chatter of the press and everything exploding behind you off in the segregated section where they can't come past. And they're still shouting out questions. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll. X and Sophie, you both notice like the questions being shouted at Felix, and a lot of them are just like, same type of things of like, why did you kill those people? You hear, is it true that Rushkoff is behind this? And X, you hear a few questions that I'm sorry, Sophie, you hear a few questions that are a little bit too on point of like, is it true that you are working alongside an aberrant? And isn't it true that he had an accomplice? As you're all escorted down, you go into the courtroom. The courtroom is surprisingly quiet, given everything here, as they have excluded the press from the initial seating and from the initial opening statements. Everybody gets their seat. Tal, the bailiff, sticks with you and escorts you down the hall about 100 feet or so, and there's 3 set of doors on the right hand side, and he takes you into the middle one, and it's just this small room that's maybe like 15 feet by 15 feet with a TV in it, a couch, there's a mini fridge, and a table, and on the TV you could see a live feed of what's going on inside the courtroom right now. And right now it's just people getting set up and moving about and people walking in front of the camera and shit. And in the courtroom, you're all sat down. They do a brief rundown of what's going on. And you hear the bailiff kind of beckon out, "All rise, the Honorable Judge Chandler." And everybody in the court stands up. This older black male comes up to the stand. He sits down. He tells everybody that they can remain seated, or they may be seated. He picks up a stack of papers, and for a solid 30 seconds, there's absolute quiet in the courtroom as he's reading these papers. And then he says, "We have numerous charges for the defendant, Felix Torres, ranging from excessive force, possession of an illegal firearm, ranging all the way up to 15 counts of murder." How does the defendant plead?
Not guilty.
On all accounts? Brent looks at you and says, "Yes."
Yes.
All right. He pulls out a list and he's like, "Okay, we have a few things we need to go over here," and he starts just going over this itinerary. And then he goes, "Prosecuting attorney, you may call your first witness." And you see this this panel of attorneys that's sitting there. There are more people sitting at the attorney desk than at your desk. And they are all just prosecuting attorneys for the city of Las Vegas. And so, the people would like to call Xavier Silvis up to the stand.
Who's gonna unmute himself too?
Walks up.
Place your right hand on the Bible. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Silvis, says here you prefer to go by X. Do you mind if I call you X?
Whatever you want.
Alright, X. Can you please recap the events that happened about 2 weeks ago now that started off with this scene on the streets and ended up with 3 men dead outside of your apartment?
Would I know the cop that roped me all into this, like his name now?
Yeah. Officer Winnie. Winne.
Officer Winnie had acquired me for some job after an altercation that we had. He told me I was going to be running out, stopping some cars, and the police were going to take over and do what they needed to do. I did what he said. I went out into the street, got the cars to stop, and that's when this other vehicle rammed into the first car. As soon as that happened, the other officers that were with him, suited up in these masks, started pulling out weapons, shooting at the cars. I heard a scream for help, so I went to go try to help whoever that was. And that's when I ran into and gestures to the rest of the group. We got the scream was coming from, points to Tiff. Her, as soon as we got her out of harm's way, we ran as fast as we can from the shooting. There was bullets coming from all directions. I looked, and some of the cops were even shooting at us. We ran to this alleyway. 2 of the people that were driving the vehicles chased us. That's when Felix tried to defend us as we ran away. They turned the corner, pointed their guns at us, and that's when Felix stopped them from shooting us. I believe, yeah, he got shot a few times during this. After Felix stopped them, he had grabbed one of the weapons to defend us if more people started chasing us, and we headed to my apartment. Me and Tao went to my apartment. Apparently, me and Felix were kind of neighbors. He was 2 apartments down. Tiff, Sophie, and Felix went to his apartment, and in the middle of the night, Tao was woken up by some people rustling around outside my apartment. When I went to go peek to see who it was, a bullet shot went through my window, barely missed me. That's when I called the cops. I grabbed Tao, went into my guest room, which has a few locks on it to try to stay safe. Tao was freaking out, trying to see if our new friends were okay. So we went out the back door, went to where we found out Felix's apartment was, and when I came out, there was another body. There was 2 bodies outside my front door and another body inside Felix's apartment.
And just to recap, you didn't see what happened to the people, what killed the people that were outside your apartment.
The whole situation at the apartments, I was in my guest room. I
So you did
couldn't
not see
tell
it
what was
happen.
going on. No.
Okay. And you mentioned that Officer Winnie invited you along to this here. How did you meet Officer Winnie? And what's your relationship with him?
No relationship. I was doing some vandalizing. He caught me. I ran, didn't want to get I have a perfect record. I don't want that to be changed. And he told me that I can keep my perfect record or I can do something for him in order to keep it.
So,
yeah.
Just to restate for the jury that you were vandalizing, you were resisting arrest, and then you made a deal with the officer so none of that would affect your record.
Not.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll, please. And when you've seen all of this was going down and you've seen that the officers allegedly were involved in these criminal activities, why didn't you leave at that point? Why did you involve yourself further?
If someone's crying for help and I see police shooting at them,
Allegedly.
I mean, we can all see. I have it on footage.
We'll get to that soon enough.
But yeah, the girl crying for help. Wouldn't want it on my conscience that I could have done something. And even if I didn't, she died. So.
And if it hadn't been a girl crying out, it had been a guy, would you have done the same thing? And Brent's like, objection! And then there's a few more back and forths going on in deliberation. And he kind of picks apart a few more things that you said. Go ahead and give me another persuasion roll, please. All right, and ooh, you lucked out. So then, he said no further questions. Brent goes up and Brent starts recapping a few things, smoothing over some of the details that the prosecuting attorney kind of roughed up for him. And I'm going to have you make another persuasion roll in 1 second here, and it is going to be assisted by Brent's counter defense. You get no assistance from him, so one more persuasion roll, please.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. And at the end of it, he says, all right, there'll be no further questions, Your Honor. And like, Mr. Silvis, you may be returned back to your seats with the rest of the party. Brent stands up and says, defense would like to call Sophie. Do we have a last name for Sophie ever?
No.
Guess what we can do right now?
She's like Cher. She just doesn't need a last name.
What's Sophie's last name?
Make it easy on yourself. Just do Smith.
Let the chat decide.
Andrews,
All right. Sophie Andrews.
I guess.
And the defense would like to call Sophie Andrews up to the stand, please. Calls you up there. Put your hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. Sophie, so you were convinced to go out on this job by your friend Tiffany, that her boyfriend at the time said that it was a legal job of transporting vehicles, that you would be assisting with that, and everything kind of got flipped on its ear when the events of the night happened. Was there anything at any time up until the events happened that would have led you to believe that this wasn't on the up and up, that something wasn't right?
Nothing really stands out.
And then once the events happened and all this chaos broke out and all the trauma that you were all put through, at any time did you try doing anything other than surviving and getting away?
Just keeping Tiff safe too.
Okay, yeah. Keeping yourself safe, keeping your friends safe. That makes perfect sense. And before any of these events happened, you didn't know any of the other defendants, correct?
Just Tiff.
Okay. And in your opinion, with the time that you've spent with everybody here in the events leading up to today, would you say that anybody amongst this group has the capability to do any of these actions that they are accused of in a malicious way?
Definitely not.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll, please. And he goes through a few more details. He starts picking apart some of the more traumatic events that have happened. He touches on Tiffany's boyfriend dying in it and everything like that. And at the end, he basically sums it up with, these were a group of unlucky strangers who fell upon an improbable scenario that led to immeasurable grief, and there's no way that you could see it as anything else. So you're gonna make one more persuasion roll with his assistance. So go ahead and do it with a +1. All right. And he says he has no further questions. And the defending attorney comes up to the stand. The prosecuting attorney. And he starts picking apart some of the areas of the story. And he's like, so, a attractive woman who just happens upon these scenarios that just so happens to be 3 men are accused of doing these things, and you just happened upon all this, right? Nothing like this was planned. There was no malicious intent, as your defense attorney said. He goes, and let me ask you a question here. And he walks over to the desk. He opens up a envelope and he pulls out a photograph. And he walks over and he puts the photograph in front of you. And it's a photograph of you from 24 months ago. He goes, "Is this a photo of you?"
Yes.
And as far as we could tell, looking through medical records and whatnot, you haven't had any sort of plastic surgery, you haven't had any sort of work done. But this is you, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand why this is relevant.
I'm getting to that, and I'm glad that you asked. I'd like to submit this photograph as Exhibit A to the people. This is a photograph that is showing proof of Mrs. Andrews' involvement in the happenings of the world here. They refer to them as the Kurish, I believe is what the term is. And Mrs. Andrews, you wouldn't happen to have any sort of powers that could have led up to the events of that night, right? And before you get a chance to say anything, Brent stands up and objects, and the judge sustains it, and he's like, "I apologize. That's out of line. I definitely shouldn't be bringing up the fact that you're Kurish in these lines of questionings here." And he turns and he looks at the juror. And then he says a few more things in closing statement. Go ahead and make one more persuasion roll for me, please. All right. And they said they have no further questions. They let you go. And at the end, they say, we would like to call Mr. Felix Torres up to the stand. And they call him up. And you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
So, Mr. Torres, as you sit here and you listen to your friends tell their versions of the truth, would you elaborate further on the events that happened and how you ended up in the middle of all this?
Of course. I am a mechanic at, or was, I don't know, a mechanic at Fallen Angels Motorworks here in Las Vegas. A fleet of limos was brought in. I worked on them personally. My coworker had called out, and so I was asked by my employer to assist in bringing these limousines back to their owner. Of course, I agreed. It was overtime. Got in the limos, and we were on our way to drive over to bring them to their owner.
And you said that your boss is the one that got you all into this, right?
I said that my boss was having me deliver vehicles to their owner after they were repaired, yes.
Okay. And are you and your boss pretty close?
As close as a standard employee relationship would be. I
Okay.
mean, he's my boss.
Okay. So, no bad blood. You guys got along pretty good.
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of his disappearance?
I am vaguely aware of his disappearance. After the happenings of that evening, I attempted to call him, and it went to voicemail, which honestly is not very common for him. He's usually in the shop, so him not answering was strange for me.
Okay.
and I've been informed that no one has been able to get a hold of him since.
Okay. And were you aware of the cargo that you were delivering inside of those limos?
Felix's brow furrows. I honestly don't think anybody told Felix what was in the limos. I am unaware of any cargo that was inside of the limos other than the limos themselves.
He walks over to his desk and he pulls out a piece of paper that has like a photocopy on it, and he sets it in front of you. And you can see there are 2 limos in frame. One of them's wrecked pretty bad. One of them's in good shape. The trunk's popped open, and there is a table with a small pile of bundles of what appears to be drugs piled up on there, and then there's a few cops in the picture that are like smiling and posing with it.
Nope, I was completely unaware that that was inside of the vehicle.
Okay. So you unknowingly were transporting kilos of cocaine.
That is correct.
Okay. For your boss that just so happened to disappear after that night. You don't have to answer. Go ahead and continue with your recap, please.
Alright, when we came upon the intersection in which the accident occurred, we came to slow down as there was somebody in the street waving for us to slow. That was Mr. Xavier Silvis. As we did, the car directly in front of me was struck by another vehicle exiting the alley, and I attempted to slam on my brakes. Unfortunately, I was not able to stop in time and did hit the vehicle in front of me. Luckily enough, the car behind me was able to stop. And as I got my bearings, I heard a call for help. Without thinking, I jumped into action and ran to the source of to the screams, where I found Miss Tiffany inside of her vehicle, pinned between her seat and the dashboard, with the help of... I'm not going to personally remember all of the numbers inside of T4's full name, but Felix says that. I was able to remove her from the vehicle.
And
there were guns firing as this is happening, and we're all just trying to get to safety. Shortly after we're pulling her out of the vehicle, Xavier and Sophie arrive at that same moment, and we are all focused on trying to get out of there before we're caught in the crossfire of the person who was driving the tail car and these individuals that came out of the alleyway. Upon realizing that Derek was deceased, we made a run for it. I picked up Tiffany to attempt to protect her, as I wasn't sure how injured her legs were, and we ran through the alleyway. As we entered the alleyway, I noticed that we were being followed, and I turned to try to buy the others some time. And serve as a distraction. After a brief altercation, I was able to take the firearm in question away from one of the individuals, and I ran. And we all ran. Shortly after we were running, the 4 individuals, which Xavier has identified as police officers, followed us down the alleyway. We did everything in our power to escape. Eventually we were able to make it out of there, and because we just didn't know what to do, we made our way back to Xavier's apartment, which is when, of course, I realized that we're neighbors. We split up. The girls went with me into my apartment, and T4 went with Xavier into his own. In the middle of the night, I am awoken by Miss Sophie, who lets me know that there are some strange sounds outside. I feared foul play, as the previous evening was still very fresh in my mind. I picked up a gun, and I looked out the front door, and I saw two people with firearms standing in front of Xavier's door. There was a gunshot, and I knew that I wasn't about to let Xavier die like this. And I did what anybody with a heart would do, which was to defend the kid.
And I'm going to stop you right there. So, before you executed the two people in the parking lot, did you have any physical evidence that they were the ones that produced the gunshot? Did you see any weapons on them or anything?
I saw that they had weapons on them, and I saw they were in front of his house, and to the best of my knowledge, that was from where the bullet had come from.
If I may. And he walks over to the desk, and he picks up a couple pieces of paper, and he looks at you, and he looks to the other side of the courtroom, and he looks back, and he starts walking to the other side of the courtroom, and he holds up a piece of paper, and he says, Mr. Torres, can you go ahead and read what's on this paper, please? Go ahead and give me a notice roll. All right. So you see on the paper is X's apartment number, basically. The numbers to it is written down, which you recite back. He was like, this is about the distance from your apartment to X's apartment. I was just confirming that you could accurately see in the middle of the night that they had weapons. And he goes and he puts the paper back on there. He's like, go ahead and proceed.
After I had taken the shots, I went to make my way towards these individuals. I don't even know what I would have done when I got there. Part of me just wanted to see if they were alive. I didn't want to have done what I did. But before I could even make it over there, I heard a clatter in my own apartment. And I knew that Sophie and Tiff were still in there. So I ran back as fast as I could. I put the gun down, and I picked up the baseball bat that's in my entryway because I didn't want to take the chance that there was going to have any bullets stray in the apartment and potentially hurt them. About this time, I heard T4 yell from the back, and as I entered the room, the individual that had broken into my apartment had his gun drawn toward the exit. And I swung my baseball bat, hoping to render him unconscious. Of course, it's evident that swung a little harder than that.
I'd like to submit this photograph to the jury. When Mr. Torres says that he swung a little bit harder, this is what he's referring to. And they pull up an autopsy photo of the person whose face is just mashed the fuck in. And he walks it by the jury. And then he submits it up to the judge.
Yes, the individual that broke into my apartment when there were two other individuals that I knew could potentially be harmed, and a third outside. My adrenaline was a bit high, and I admit that I swung a lot harder than I meant to.
Do you find yourself with high adrenaline frequently? Is this something that, you know...
Do you believe the situation called for no adrenaline?
If you could just answer the question.
No, I don't find myself in these situations quite frequently.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked, do you find yourself flooding with adrenaline frequently? Is this something that you find yourself...
Exactly. I do not find myself in situations which would fill me with adrenaline quite frequently.
Your Honor, I'd like to go ahead and submit that Mr. Torres indirectly answered the question. And...
What?
And one final thing.
I apologize. Perhaps I misunderstood the question. Could you please repeat it for me so I could answer it to the best of my abilities?
No, you answered it perfectly. Thank you. One final question I do have for you, though, Mr. Torres, is you keep referencing this T4 character here. Where are they at?
T4 is here. He is in a solitary room with a bailiff present, watching this live feed.
And, why isn't he taking the stand and telling his side of things?
Because, as I'm sure you can tell by his name, he is not of this plane, does not understand our legal system, and therefore is a little unfit for this form of interrogation.
So are you saying that he's not mentally competent?
No. I'm saying he's an aberrant. And he hasn't been here long enough to understand our legal system.
As you say he's an aberrant, you hear audible gasps in the courtroom. Like, okay. So, he doesn't quite understand the way things work around here. This whole thing's pretty foreign to him.
He picks things up rather quickly. He's a smart man.
Just not smart enough to be able to speak for himself here. Okay.
I did not say that.
No, that was just me inferring. And, Brent's like, Your Honor, badgering the witness. Get to it. I was just trying to simply say that we have someone who was here firsthand, an active participant in everything that was going on, and that maybe the people deserve to hear his side of things too. But if the defense does not want to bring the witness forward and clear his name, it's within their right to enact the Fifth Amendment, and we will respect that process. So just to recap. You unknowingly delivered a few kilos of cocaine and were stopped midway through that by an accident that happened where you murdered 2 people, stole one of their weapons, murdered 2 other people with that weapon to your claim in self-defense, and as the photo that I passed around to the jury shows, murdered yet another with your baseball bat. There's also some accounts here of 10 other murders that are linked back to that weapon that you allegedly took off of your first victim. Do you have any sort of alibi or means of accountability for where you were during those 10 murders? And he takes a list and it's got a grid printed off that says when all this happened. It's a list of different dates that range back like 7 years.
Yeah, I gotta say, I do.
And he has you elaborate on anything. Is there anything that really stands out that you kind of have a moment that you want to put on there?
Yes. Any of them that took place 7 years ago was when he still lived in Denver, Colorado.
Okay. Go ahead.
He moved here 6 years ago, so,
I know, it's really weird that I pulled out a number like 7, huh? Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll, please. All right. And he kind of looks over at the...
That?
You can Benny anything you want to Benny, yeah.
All right. Come on, buddy. Buddy. Fine.
Are you sure?
You keeping the 3?
You already started out with an extra Benny.
You got a bot in chat.
Yeah, I see it.
I apparently am doomed for the 3. Because I could throw all my bennies, but I'd rather save them for later, just in case.
Wait, your second roll was notice.
Yeah,
What?
so that would have been a 2 because you got a -1 on that, so it's fine.
Oh, well.
So,
Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one.
it's all right. Your notice is actually a higher die than your... Oh, it's the same die as your persuasion. So it's fine. So he kind of looks over at the... he does his little recap. Looks over to the jury and says no final questions. Brent gets up, and Brent is sitting there trying to piece together everything that this guy said and smooth over all the different areas. And he emphasizes on the points of like, you didn't have to put yourself between these strangers, but you did to save them. You, given the events that just happened, seeing armed people outside of X's house, you acted in a way that anybody else in the jury would have acted given the situation if they had the ability to. And he kind of just, smooths over the fact of like, person in your house was within your legal right to do. You defended Tiffany and Sophie, and then as far as the other 10 murders with that gun, he hones in on you not being there for the 2 that happened 7 years ago. And for all the rest of them, he just starts picking apart like when your work schedule was, and you know that happened on this side, you work here, and that you know someone would have noticed if you weren't at work during that time, and he basically tries to just keep everything that he had rolling so strongly held together here. I'm gonna have you make another persuasion roll in 1 second here with Brent's support.
Please, Brent.
Oh,
Brent, come on, buddy.
So I need you to make a persuasion roll with a -1.
-1, because that's a crit, yeah. Buddy. Just, please. I forgot to -1 that. Well.
All right.
I'm gonna do it one more time.
Okay.
I don't want my main man going to jail. Come on. Persuasion. Please, please, please.
Ooh.
Yes!
whew.
And, I see we have a raise.
Yes.
Can I use that raise?
Sure.
Yes.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay. So the party has no raises left. Even though Sin had a card he could have gave you and saved you from all of that.
Don't throw me out there like that. No one's getting this. I'm making sure it doesn't get used.
Sin, you want to share with the class?
Fuck no, I don't. I don't want you guys asking for it later on.
Now I really want to know what the fuck.
It's fine.
All right. All right. So they do their final arguments. Brent hones in on unfortunate events, all the bad thing that happened. He kind of touches on the police corruption, but he doesn't go too far down that path. He emphasizes on Felix being a hero. And the defense, or I'm sorry, the prosecuting attorney completely flip heel on that and talk about how Felix is a sociopath and that he put himself in those situations because he enjoys the outcome, not because he's a hero. And after all the closing statements are done, you're all excused out. They take you back to the room that you were in before. A few seconds later, the bailiff comes back with Tal. And you're all just kind of sitting there in this awkward silence for a moment as Brent's kind of just sitting there rocking for a moment. He's got his head nodding. He's like, all right.
Brent?
I think we did good there. There are a few things that they kind of came up with that were a little out of line, but I knew that they would do something like that. And I feel like the jury seen through their bullshit. So now we just wait.
Did the Uzi ever get, like, dusted for prints or whatever? They could have seen that the guy in the alley that that his prints were on it. So clearly he must have had it.
Yeah, from the information that I have, you were the only prints that were on that gun. You were the only prints that were on it. The gun had its VIN number, or its serial number filed off of it, and the ballistic test showed that it linked up to those unsolved murders.
I know those ones.
But everything was circumstantial. They had nothing to tie you to it. And even though they tried some of their slithery tactics, I don't think the jury bought it.
Why didn't you have Tal go up there when they were insulting his intelligence like that?
Yeah, the fucking bitch. I am smart.
Having someone go up there just to defend themselves isn't gonna help us. We're trying to defend you.
Exactly. That was their plan, was to get us to say something that would make us need to pull Tal on the stand. And you've seen how they laid into you. It would have been 100 times worse for Tal.
This is true.
Yeah, you seen how the jury reacted as soon as you brought up Aberranth.
Yeah.
It's because they don't know us.
It's right. It's right.
X puts a hand on Tal's shoulder. That's why I'm working on that.
You know, you're the first aberrant I've met, and based on my interactions with you, I'd trust any of them with my life.
Oh, I probably wouldn't do that either.
You're not making a good case for yourself.
They're people, just like us. There's good ones and there's bad ones.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all just people.
Yeah, like I wasn't very, like I was saying before, I wasn't very popular in school because like I'm awkward and like I don't conversate with people in the way that they like think is like, what's the word here, cool or whatever. You have humans here like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite
So,
a few.
Yeah, so I'm not very good at representation.
All I'm saying is, you guys are like any other person. So, I'd inherently trust any of your kind, just like I'd inherently trust a human. Unless given a reason otherwise by that specific individual.
It's a good mindset to have.
I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry, what?
That's a good mindset to have.
Yeah. It's how I run through life. You never know what anybody's going through. So, everybody gets the same level of respect when I meet them.
He leans
Prove
over
to
to
me you
X.
don't deserve it, you're not going to have it anymore.
That's what makes Felix a hero.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I can't say that I do the same.
Hey, you know, everybody's got a different mindset.
So are we waiting for the jury to make a decision?
Yep, they get to decide whether or not I go to jail for the rest of my life.
Oh no. What are you doing?
Clifford.
God damn it.
Oh shit, I didn't even see that.
There.
I'm just gonna sit here and smile for 1 minute for no reason.
For no reason. I love when you say that. It's never shady or questionable.
Exactly, and I appreciate you recognizing that.
So what does the judge do after the jury makes their decision?
So, after the jury makes their decision, the judge will read it to everybody, and then he will weigh in his personal bias, And based on the recommendations from the lawyers, they will either deem Felix as innocent and set him free, or they will issue a sentencing.
This is a very outdated way of justice. Like, it seems like a game. And whoever is better at manipulation wins, not necessarily who is actually guilty or innocent at all.
Well, it's not like they can take a peek directly into our brains and see the events as they went out.
If you give me like a few days, I think I might be able to do that.
They
And
would
then-
not trust.
Don't tell
But-
them that. Don't let
but-
everybody hear you say that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I appreciate your attempts to help Tao. I really do.
And you guys hear
And I know
on the door. Alright. We need you guys back in the courtroom. The jury has reached their verdict. So after only a few hours, they call you back in.
Felix is physically shaken.
Alright. Sin. Give me a D6.
Hello. Bam, 6.
Megan. Give me a D6. Allie, give me a D6.
We got both sides of this now. Fill the middle.
Oh,
John, give me a D6.
I just gotta say, that was my first single-digit roll of the night.
Well, I mean, you didn't really have a choice.
Somehow it explodes. Like, how?
So we also have chat smoke.
Damn, I lost.
You'd make bank
Right?
like 10,000 to 10. And juror number 7 stands up. It says, "We the people find Felix Torres on the account of 15 charges of murder, innocent. On the account of excessive force, guilty. On the account of operating a stolen firearm, committing a felony with a stolen firearm, we found him innocent." The judge takes the information and says, "Mr. Torres, despite your juvenile record of the minor things that happened, the severity of these charges are very concerning. With that being said, based on the jury's recommendation, we're going to issue you 3 years probation You are not allowed to leave the state of Nevada. And you will pay back the city's legal fees in the sums of $8,237.28.
Thank you.
And he bangs the gavel. This court is adjourned. And Brent runs up and gives you a hug. And he's like, I told you, we got you.
Felix is definitely hugging him a little tighter than just like a, yeah, we did it, because he's more like, oh my god.
Oh,
Brace
it's
his
a-
back.
Give me a strength roll. No, I'm joking. The jury would like to reconsider.
This is not a romantic gesture. This is a grown man trying not to cry when he knows that there's press outside.
Speaking of, as you exit the courtroom, the press is in full effect. Cameras in your face. Mr. Torres, how do you feel? How's it feel being proven innocent? How's it feel being able to go home?
Relieved.
Is Tal back with him yet?
Tal is back with them, yep.
I'm gonna try to move Tao from this equation. head over to the van that the lawyer rented.
He is definitely not being rushed along this time. He is trying to stay with Felix.
In that case, Sophie's going to try to encourage Tal to move along so Felix can get out of this too. Kind of one hand on each of their arms and just kind of trying to push Tal and kind of...
Like Tal is like leaning into the microphones and cameras as he's being pushed off. He's like, see, I told you Mr. Felix was a hero. he knocked that court case out of the park. That's a baseball reference. Yeah. For those you don't know, and then like he just gets pushed.
I feel like Felix definitely like is stifling a smile just because of Tal being such an innocent little adorable muffin. He's just like he's continuing on his way.
Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll, please.
Oh no.
Are we gonna see the gunman?
I ain't seen shit this time.
I saw a thing.
Everybody who rolled over a 4. Go ahead and give me a spirit roll, please. Tal, you don't have to.
Okay.
Megan, go ahead and re-roll that.
Oh no.
Why are you like this, Clifford?
Because it's fun for me.
Because you know I don't have any bennies to be like, no, I'd roll it again.
No, that's not why. I'd have made you do it anyways. Because it was a 4. It was like I didn't know whether to give any negative modifiers to this or not, so I figured this would be the easier way to do it. So everybody who rolled higher than a 4, you start to hear this strange noise that begins to creep up over the volume of the press and onlookers' chatter. Tal, you immediately recognize this as your native language. And it is almost like someone singing a song. And since you've been here, This is the first time you've heard anybody speaking it this clearly, this fluently. This would give you some idea that this person pretty powerful with essence.
Are we heading towards a car of some sort?
Yep. You guys are like being ushered along to your vehicle.
How far am I from Felix at this point?
The way you made it sound, you weren't really leaving his side, so you're probably within touch.
Okay. I'm going to say I'm just going to say really quickly to Felix, follow me, try not to hear anything, and then covers his ears. and leans over to X. We need to get out of here now.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Let's go. Come on.
Because Felix failed the roll, by the time you do that, he had already heard it. He doesn't know what he heard yet, but he heard it. Everybody here heard it except for X. X, you heard kind of this white noise, solid tone sound that almost sounded like it could have been easily mistaken for like some sort of an alarm going off in the distance or something like that. But Sophie, Felix, Tal, you all hear it very clearly. And before Tal gets a chance to cup your ears, Felix, you hear this and you immediately start to get that same wave of headaches. And Tal, as you are cupping his ears and pushing him along, you start to feel the heat coming off of him.
Felix is kind of rushing along at this point, knowing that he's got to get out of there.
I'm going to assume that Felix understands by his quickening pace and just let go and let him handle it.
Okay.
And then just follow behind.
All right. Felix, you have 1 point of fatigue, but you are also rolling all of your athletics rolls higher.
Great.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
Moving quickly towards our vehicle, and Felix grabs the door handle and goes to open the car door.
Yonks it.
I'm having a feeling that Cliff might make me make an athletics roll to accidentally rip off the door of the car. Yes.
I didn't have any plans to, but sure, why not? Go ahead and do that.
Fucking thanks. I didn't even add the plus.
Oh,
It did it automatically.
What?
It does it automatically.
Oh, it's in there?
Yeah.
It's in there.
you're good.
Oh, yeah, because you applied the thing to me. Yeah.
No, you don't rip it off the handle. So yeah, you whip the door open, it flies open, you all pile in. Tal, you're not familiar with this song that you're hearing sung. But it almost sounds like it's it almost sounds like a jaunty tune, like it's almost like a beckoning or endearing song. But it is just constantly going, and the pitch of it is like just above the audible tones of the surrounding area.
Thinking back to X messing with the radio, Tal's gonna turn on the radio and blast it. And whoever's driving is like, we have to get out of here now.
Who's driving?
I could drive again.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's the lawyer's van, so he'll probably be
Yes.
driving.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a lawyer's
like why
van,
wouldn't
but I
Brett be
mean,
driving?
are you guys like pushing him
Peeling off and
to the
leaving.
side and doing it, or are you like letting him? You tell me.
mean,
What would Sophie do? What would Mama Sophie do?
The Reynolds in
is
his
just
name, I'm
like-
not gonna shove him out of the way.
Okay.
But I'm gonna be in the front seat.
Okay.
Well, no, Felix is big. He can probably be in the front seat.
No, Felix is in the back seat, like sheltered
Okay.
down, trying to not be seen,
Okay. Then yeah, Sophie's in the front seat.
and probably melting the leather or microfiber.
The plumber.
All right.
Becoming one with the van.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just melting everything that you're sitting on. Come on, man. There's a rental.
My legs can fry eggs, and you think they won't melt microfiber?
I'm not getting
I
my
was
deposit back.
disappointed that missed the recap.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. I did, but I didn't. You know what I mean?
Listen. I'm bad at recap. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You were also drunk when you took the notes, and you wrote things like "Tiff grabs my boobs." Like, yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
then you guys
I got
hop
nothing.
in. Are you saying anything to get Brent to go? Like, what is, like, you guys just take off running and shit like that when there's a bunch of reporters around you? Like, what?
Felix wasn't quite running. It was more of just like fast walk.
Yeah, Tal's pointing to Felix, noticeably getting hotter. It's like, that's happening again. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Then yeah. So Brent hops in, turns the key, and he starts the car up and peels out of there in no glorious fashion. He's like, "What the fuck? What? Why is he like this?"
I don't know. We haven't had much studies in how the curious react to our.
Did you not hear it?
Hear what?
That someone was singing in my language. Miss Sophie, Mr. X, did you?
I heard it. It
No.
didn't sound like a song, but I heard it.
Are you feeling okay?
I'm just trying to calm down. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I know they found me innocent, but I feel like they're gonna try to find something else to pin on me because I'm, you know.
That's why we had to get out of here.
Yep.
Miss Sophie, are you feeling any different?
Cliff, am I feeling any different?
No.
I feel fine.
Okay. We need to go someplace safe. Are the people with the cameras going to follow us if we try and go back to our storage place?
You might have to deal with him for a couple more days, but he like kind of checks the mirror. He's like, I don't see anybody following us right now.
I don't understand how that would happen, but it would have to be done on purpose. And the timing of it, someone was targeting you, trying to make you react. Someone who knew that would happen. But he's just talking to himself this really fast.
Brent's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were trying to attack me or anything. It just, they could have just been singing because they're happy, or I don't know. They setting off other Kurdish people too. It's not like I'm gonna be the only one. there's got to be other curse that would have heard that, right?
Well, surely we have one sitting in the car right now, but this Sophie's fine. I mean,
I don't
it
know.
would take
Maybe
some.
she's got like a higher constitution for this kind of thing.
It would take some explaining as to how we communicate, but I'm not sure you guys even want to hear it. It's kind of boring.
I mean, the way you explained it before was that, like, you needed the essence to speak, so, I don't know, maybe it perhaps is able to draw it out of people and magnify it?
I mean, I guess?
Or maybe he's strong enough that or the singer's, don't know if it's a he or she, strong enough to project the essence into someone.
I mean,
Well, I mean, I had this reaction when Tal spoke, and it's not like he was attempting to enlighten me. I don't know.
yeah,
Oh,
Tal
that's
just said
true.
his name. Maybe Felix is just overly sensitive to this.
It's true. Maybe I am just very essence sensitive. I don't know.
I mean, it would make sense that there would be some drawbacks to your very DNA suddenly being changed in ways that probably humans were never meant to experience. I don't know. This is fascinating because back home, like, magic essence is kind of in the air because it's in the plants that also, and then
It's in everything.
yeah. And
I mean, I guess, like, is there ever a point where they put somebody in, like, a solitary confinement area, like a high maximum security prison or something that would, like, be essenceless?
there was a dictator once that would use that as a measure of torture. And suddenly being cut off from the essence when you've had it around you your whole life, it's much more jarring to us than we let on. So coming here where it's almost non-existent was very hard for our people when we first got here. Very hard for me.
Well, I'm glad you're doing good now.
Yeah. There's good days and there's bad days.
Felix reaches over and he goes to, like, put down the window, and he's just like, "Is it getting hot in here?"
Think it's just you. What? I'm still trying. I can't figure out. May have something to do with the dragon. Maybe the dragon knows why this is happening.
Is Tal
Did you
face
guys-
rubbing his palms on his face and all that shit?
Kinda.
Okay, everybody go ahead and make me an agility roll. Tal, do it with a -1.
Oh no. Nope.
I'm a fast man.
All
That's
right.
better. Not
Um,
great.
so, as you're talking, you all hear a loud thump on the top of the van, and you hear Brent go, "What the fuck?" You hear skirt, skirt, skirt as he cuts the wheel, and you feel the car jolt to the side. You guys all manage to maintain yourselves as the car kind of comes to an abrupt stop, and you
What
can
about
see.
Tiff?
Yeah.
She's at the courthouse.
Kill the bitch. Kill the...
You guys all see for a brief second something rush over the windshield. You hear the metal of the roof crumple, and then you hear someone jump down, and you hear the door begin to open.
Which door?
The big door in the back. The big sliding door.
Felix side or other side?
Oh, is Felix sitting by the door?
Yeah,
Or
I'm in one of those seats.
Okay. Then yeah, by you then.
Sure.
Why not?
So you guys all rolled pretty good. So Felix, you had highest agility. So what do you do?
Can I look to see what I'm seeing first?
Sure. Give me a notice roll. You're seeing the door start to open.
And just probably a figure or something.
In this
No
split
details.
second, you're just seeing the door open. You heard something thump on the roof. You heard it jump off the roof. You're hearing the door open.
Grab the door and slam it back shut.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll.
Shut it so hard it opened in the other direction.
I probably broke the door.
So you
It's
feel the
shut down
door.
forever.
You feel the door begin to open, and you slam it back shut. Tal, you see this going on. You're sitting right next to Felix. Your reaction time was second highest, so you see the door begin to open. You see Felix grab it real quick and slam it shut.
Mr. Bird Turner, drive, please.
He's like, I can't. Fucking engine shot.
What do you see with your special eyes?
Yeah, I guess I will see if I could peek around to see what the fuck's on the other side somehow.
Oh, he sees it.
Is 13 good enough?
So where are you leaning to see? Are you like leaning like towards the back, or are you leaning towards like the front seat to look out?
Leaning towards the front.
Okay. You see a figure standing there as you're kind of looking over Sophie's shoulder. You see a figure that's standing there in this long dark gray trench coat with the collar popped up, a fedora on, and big black sunglasses.
Excuse me, sir, can we help you?
X. Actually, we'll say Sophie, since how you're right next to Tal as he says this. Boom, clatter, skid out, hit the door, door starts to open, you hear it slam shut, Tal leans forward, says, excuse me, sir, can I help you?
I guess I'm just kind of looking out the window too, trying to see what the hell is happening.
You see the same thing that Tal sees.
Yeah,
Maybe not as in fine a detail. Tal knows the
Right.
brand of sunglasses. You just see that he's wearing them.
I don't know. Tal, do you know this guy?
No.
X, what do you do?
Dex isn't doing anything. He's just watching what's going on.
All right. You guys hear this sound of like vibrations as the entire van that you're in begins to shake a little bit. Everybody go ahead and give me a spirit roll, please. Tal, you don't have to.
Okay.
Yay! I did good.
Yeah, you did decent as usual.
Pretty
Feel
fucking decent.
So, X, where are you sitting at?
I thought Sophie was sitting in the front, but if she's next to Tal, then
Yeah,
X would be
well,
in the
she's
front.
in the
She's in the
front
front.
seat, and Tal went up front and looked over her shoulder.
Oh, this is a like a van with multiple
Yeah, like
seats,
an
probably.
enterprise van, like it's not like a minivan, you know.
He's probably like right in the middle of everything then.
So like right next to Felix.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm probably leaning away from you, trying not to touch you with my hot body.
X, give me a notice roll.
No.
Okay. X, make a vigor save for me, please. All right. You feel this burn as Felix's body temperature raises to the point that it feels like you're standing close to an open grill. Felix, you have hit a second level of fatigue, and you now have a +2 to your athletics, as your essence is overflowing. Tal, you hear this person outside of the car begin to sing the same song that you heard at the courthouse. And it looks slightly over its shoulder at you, and it says your true name.
Can I respond?
Sure.
First off, does Felix have a noticeable reaction to hearing this sound again?
You can give me a notice roll if you want, see if you're paying attention to that.
Why do I always have to go to the bathroom at like high intense times?
You do not notice what's going on in the back right now.
Okay.
You're just noticing the van is...
I'm going to attempt to climb past Sophie and get out and says, wait, I need you to please stop. Do you know the English language of the humans? And then he like repeats that in let's see, 3 different languages after that you all didn't know that he knew.
So you're saying them in Earth tongue, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. He responds back with, or it responds back with, speak your native tongue. We're gonna skip you right now. You hold that thought.
Okay.
Let's do it this way and make it more fun.
Oh, jeez.
Felix, you feel your body erupt in heat like you have never felt before. Since you have been conditioned with this, you have never had this happen before. If you're wearing a seatbelt, it is melted off. If you
I'm
were
sure
wearing,
my clothes are working on it too.
if you are wearing any sort of synthetic clothing, it is melting off. You are seeing the seats begin to smoke and smother around you. And you have the inkling that you, if not you, the things around you may combust.
Yeah, so upon noticing this, Felix will rip that door back open and like go stand directly in front of this being.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a an athletics roll on that one.
Oh!
The door handle melts.
Oh no.
That's not good.
Everybody in the van,
Uh-oh.
go ahead and give me an agility roll, please.
Fuck.
Oh.
Does that everybody include me?
No, you're good.
Yeah, I'm probably the one going boom right now.
Yeah.
Who didn't we get?
Tal.
I'm outside of the van now, though.
Yeah.
Remember, I got out past.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sin X is seeing this all unfold. Felix gets up, grabs the handle of the door, goes to open it, rips the handle off, and you just hear this mutter of like motherfucker or something start to go off. And you see the heat rise in just a fraction of a second.
Is he like trapped in here with us now?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it my turn to go?
Nope. You just let me know. You see him start to glow, basically. Like, he is actually emanating light at this point.
Like he's about to fucking explode.
Right as that happens, Sophie, you hear the clank of the handle being ripped off and turn around to see this happening just at the last second before there is a foop sound. Tal, you hear this whoop noise and you see the van rock and smoke start to pour out of the open door as the van door bursts open. And you see a glowing Felix standing there. Felix, go ahead and give me a vigor roll, please.
The worst part is knowing that Felix is standing there in all his glory.
Yeah, so anything that you had on that was synthetic, gone. You physically bursted a ray of energy out that erupted through. X, you were able to duck down behind the seat just in time as this happened, and Sophie kind of tucked in the front seat there. The front seat of so the van has the two rows of the back seats. The front part of the seat eviscerated. The back of Sophie's chair, all of the material is just completely melted off. You all smell this strong smell of like burning plastic. And you hear the sound of this metal just not being able to hold itself against Felix bursting this door open. As Tal, you see a quasi-naked, glowing Felix burst out of the smoky wreckage.
Is anything made with real fibers anymore?
I mean, my underwear is 100% cotton.
You know, I'm gonna hope to God that Felix's underwear is 100% cotton.
It's super breathable.
It would be extra breathable now if it wasn't.
All right, Sophie, what do you do? Did Tal climb in front of Sophie to get out?
I feel like she would have moved, like gotten out to let him out, then probably sat back down.
Okay.
That's fair.
I don't know.
So as you sit back down over the, like out of your peripherals, when you see you hear the clank, look, see this eruption, duck down, see the smoke just bellowing off of your chair.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to get out of the van.
So you get out and see Tal standing there next to this person in a full dark gray trench coat, collar pop, fedora, sunglasses. And you're hearing that he is speaking in that tone, that dialect, that sound that you can't quite mentally process. What's it gonna be?
Now I'm trying to mentally process. No.
Felix, go ahead and give me another athletics roll, please.
Do a flip.
Okay. Continue, Sophie. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna get a little bit of distance from the vehicle, still keeping an eye on Tal and Felix, but not being within heat range.
So, are you getting out and like trying to like move away?
A little bit, but not too far. Far enough that I don't feel like I'm cooking from Felix's hot body.
Uh-oh. As you start to move away, you feel your body seize up and you are locked in place. You are completely entangled. You cannot move away from that. You take about one step away from the van and you are stuck.
What the fuck?
X.
X is gonna jump out too. He's gonna grab his stuff, pat it down if it looks like it's melting, and move to the other side of the vehicle.
So you're getting out like from the door that Felix just burst open?
Yeah.
So you're gonna like squeeze between Felix and this
I
stranger?
thought he went out to step in front of the guy.
Well, yeah, this
Is
is
the
all in
guy
the same
like
area.
face to face?
Oh yeah, this is all right in the same area. He was, remember, the guy was trying to open that door before Felix slammed it shut. This is a van, man. There ain't a lot of breathing room here.
Flip
You know,
over
there's
the
a door
sequel at the back.
opposite to the one I'm at.
There's not a door opposite of where you're at. There's one in the back, two in
Yeah,
the
I was
front, and then
gonna
there's a
say,
side door.
I don't
Enterprise
remember
van.
doors like this.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Let's try to hop in the trunk area and see if we can lift open that.
All right, there's no roll necessary for that. The door opens, yeah.
Okay, and he's gonna be near that side still, just around if the van's like rectangular, like around the corner
Okay.
or around the side of the van, just so we can keep an eye. And he's going to look to see if there's anyone else walking near,
Okay.
like coming to see what's going on.
Sure. Give me a notice roll. You guys are like, the van is like kind of like pulled up, like the front bumper of it is probably overhanging the sidewalk slightly where you guys are at, as he kind of just cut the wheel. And there are people standing around watching this happen.
Great.
Yay, just what we need.
This is just what Felix wants. Post his trial.
Okay.
This is not good publicity.
You doing anything else?
For now, that's it.
Okay. Tal.
He's going to. Oh man.
So as you were talking to him, you seen him, as Sophie got out and started walking away, all he did was raise one hand up, 2 fingers. And as he did that, you seen this sort of pulse from his hand, and then you seen Sophie stop.
Okay. He is going to like just kind of like step between them and says, "Wait, if you are who I think you are, then you understand what I'm saying right now because I sent that message in English. We want to help you, but right now, with all these people watching, it's going to make it very difficult. Let's allow us to all get somewhere else and we can discuss everything. But speaking our tongue is hurting my friend."
He looks at you, and he lowers his glasses a little bit, and you can see that his eyes have this sort of pale blue. His skin is kind of pale gray color, and the eyes really pop because of that. And he says, "Speak your tongue." Go ahead and give me a smarts roll, please. You have to beat a 20.
Beat a 20? Let's see.
Did he say speak your tongue in a...
He said it in his language.
Okay, he said it in Aberrant again. Good.
There's no assisting with that roll. Sorry.
I mean,
Tal,
could try again, but 20 is.
do you want to try to re-roll it?
We'll try once. I
Okay.
don't know.
You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm not peer pressuring you into using your bennies. I'm just saying, if you want to, you can. It is a 20. That's why I wanted to let you know it was a 20 beforehand. It's not... That was a good fucking roll.
yeah, fuck it. Let's let it ride.
Go ahead and subtract 6 power points as he says that to you and closes his fists, and you feel this gravitational pull rush across your chest and move you one step closer to him, and you feel your essence being drained.
All right. Tal says his name, and he's just looking at Felix, like hoping it's not making it worse.
So you say your name in...
Yep, in aberrant language.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Everybody, go ahead and give me a smarts roll, please.
That was not better. What the shit?
Well.
Anybody else gonna reroll, or are you sticking with that?
I'm re-rolling that shit again. One more time.
Sure.
It's a 4. Fuck it.
Okay.
Still not good.
Everybody who made less than a 5 roll, you guys get this sense of vertigo for a moment there, and you notice that you're standing on top of a building.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Tal, you feel this pulse of gravity for a moment there, and in an instant, everybody's gone. You're the only one standing there by the van as you're starting to see people gather by, and you hear this voice saying, "Do not resist me."
You're not being forthcoming with what you're doing. Are they safe? Are you trying to take us someplace safe? Because if so, then I won't resist.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
As you say, okay, you don't even get to finish saying "let's go," and you feel you feel weightless for a moment, and then all of a sudden you notice you're standing on a building. Everybody, you can go ahead and give me a notice roll if you want to try to figure out where you're at.
Would I be there?
Oh yeah, you're
I rolled
there too.
I rolled a 5 on my smarts.
Where was that roll before?
So that's up to you. Typically on a tie, you would win that. For narrative purposes, I'll let you decide.
When they were saying "don't resist me" and all that, was that in the tongue or was that?
Oh yeah, that was nothing that this person has said has been in English. So you wouldn't have heard anything. You would have just felt this gravitational pull, and then either you would have felt light and weightless, or you didn't.
Let me me see. He resisted it.
Okay. So you're standing there looking. All of a sudden, you see. All you could see was this person, Felix, Tal, and then Sophie was kind of off to the side a little bit. And then all of a sudden, all you could see was Tal. And then all of a sudden, you couldn't see anybody there anymore. It was just you standing by the van. Felix, if you want to roll a notice, you can to see if you can determine where you are.
Sure.
If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Sorry, I have such a tiny, tiny bladder.
You're fine. Told you, just get a Gatorade bottle.
Oh,
Not a clue.
Felix is just like,
So,
No bingo.
Sophie, you could, when you first get your bearings and you feel your body just regain its normal weight, you can kind of look over your shoulder a little bit and you can see that you've all only moved maybe 35 or so feet on top of this strip center that you guys were pulled up in front of. You're on the roof of this, kind of away from the eyes of the road. And as you do a quick survey, you see everybody, you see you, Felix, and this stranger there, and then just a few seconds later, you see Tal just pop into view. And it's not like he walked into view, like there was nothing there, and then Tal was there. And you all see this sort of, just this pulse of energy as he arrives. Kind of just a bit of distortion of everything behind him. And he just appears, and he's there. And, the figure takes off his glasses, and you can all see his eyes are like glowing with light of this blue right now. And you can see like the marking similar to what Tal has lighting up in this bright blue as he takes the hat off and he takes the trench coat off, and he's standing there with no shirt on, a pair of like tight black jeans with boots. And you can see these markings all down his body glowing. And he's...
Is Sophie still frozen?
No.
Okay. Taos is going to take his glasses off to show he's got nothing to hide. And he's... what... he's going to say in the aberrant language, speaking our language is causing this reaction. If you know what it is, can you stop it from happening safely before we talk about whatever it is that we need to talk about here?
I know what it does to these humans who have been fortunate enough to experience the essence. And he's saying this in English at this point.
bastard.
I had to make sure that you were who you said you were.
Could have just asked.
Yeah, well, I've learned that people here are not what they appear to be, and some are forthcoming with information that isn't their own. And as far as Felix goes, he holds up his hand towards Felix, and Felix, you feel this gravitational pull of your body being pulled down to the ground, like you're weighing twice the weight that you normally do, like your legs feel heavy. And as you feel this kind of smothering feeling around you, you almost get like a strange comfort out of it, like a weighted blanket. And you feel the ease slightly of this rage, this adrenaline that you're feeling. as he quelches one of your fatigue points and brings you back to just an overload of essence. He's one of the lucky ones. Some of these humans reacted much worse to the essence.
Hmm. Where's Mr. X?
He resisted my attempts.
Hmm. Guess we'll catch him up later. You okay, Mr. Felix?
Trying to be.
So, needless to say, you are the terrorist that has been on the news, supposedly?
That's what they called me, yes.
And what made them think that you're a terrorist?
Because I pried open the rift and brought the dragon through.
Why?
Why?
Wasn't my intention for that to happen. I was trying to get back home. That was a unfortunate side effect. But luckily, myself and a few of the other elders were able to quell the beast. He's subdued for now, but it won't last.
So why are we doing this in the middle of the street where people can see what's happening?
He looks around. We're not.
Rolling notice to see if I recognize that we're just on the building above where we were just at.
Oh yeah, I mean now that you guys have been talking, you're kind of looking around. You hear the traffic. You hear what's going on down there. You kind of can. Well, it's up to you if you look over or not, but you can determine that yeah, you're like I said about 35 feet from where you were. This would be a good segue actually. So X. So they just pop out of view. And you're just standing there, and as you gaze about, you see cars have stopped. There are onlookers starting to gather. People have their phones out, and they just seen all of this happen. And you're just standing there now by yourself by this.
Is Brent gone?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's literally just you there.
He's gonna look around for a few seconds, then try to handle the car situation.
Okay. So what do you do?
Is it? It's you said it's like half on
Well,
the curb, and
like I said, the front of the bumper is probably overlapping the sidewalk slightly. Like the car's parked like this, kind of in an area where like cars would park alongside of a semi-busy street, like parallel park through. And your van's kind of cockeyed like this, and there's like a strip center about 35 feet away from where you are. You're seeing onlookers just gathering out in the stores and around in the streets.
Yeah, like, look around at the crowd and a little wave, smile at first, and just look confused and try to like push the car back so we can angle it.
Sure. So like you're gonna get in and like steer the wheel and push it back.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. You do that easily enough.
And after he makes it so it's not a traffic bulge, he's gonna just sit on the curb and wait. If it starts getting dark, he's gonna start walking home. I think he could go home now.
Wow.
as you sit down, you got people that are coming up and asking if you're okay, and
Yeah, I know as much as you probably know more than me. I mean, you were watching. I don't know what's going on.
give me a persuasion roll. All right. So around this time that this is all happening, Tal, you notice that you're on the building above. As Felix asks, why are we doing this in the street? And the stranger says, we're not.
Tal's going to go over to the edge of the building, just kind of peek over to see if he sees X.
Sure, give me a stealth roll.
He'll fall off the building.
Mr. X!
Mr. X! Over here! Jeez.
Is that what you think should happen on a crit fail for the stealth roll?
Yes.
Okay. So X, as your people are talking to you and asking if everything's okay, you hear Tal very discreetly and quietly, Mr. X! Psst, psst, hey, we're up here!
He gives like a sigh of relief, and he's gonna try to, he's gonna peek real quick, and I guess if everyone else starts looking, try to keep them from going over there.
Sure. Tal, you feel a tug on the back of your shirt as this guy is grabbing you and pulling you away from the edge.
I was just letting X know. Anyways, where were we?
The purpose of this was to not be detected.
I know, that's why I whispered.
Why did you reach out to me?
Because we're in a complicated situation, a complicated world, and I don't want the remainder of our visit to be us in some inevitable war against the humans here. And I was hoping that maybe if we could get your side of what happened, maybe we could help you out in any way that we could, or get a better understanding of what's going on, because all of a sudden there was a dragon and there was a rift, and the news crews are apparently telling their version of the truth, which I don't know how that works here, but they do that here. And I wanted to get your side of things.
Well, I'm glad that you've actually been experienced to some of the real humankind, because these people are a blight.
I mean, not all of them.
Not all of them, but them as a whole. And that's why I did what I did. I seen how they treat us. I seen what they do to us behind closed doors when there isn't an advocate group to support us. And as he says that, he kind of turns around and he lifts his hair up, and you see this barcode tattooed on the back of his neck. I'm the product of the unclaimed.
The unclaimed?
I'm John Doe 36. While some of us were lucky enough to find these camps and have some minor illusion of hospitality, the rest of us were just forced to fend for self. Some of us were really lucky. We got studied in medical containment centers. So yeah, why I did what I did was because I want to get back home. And at the center that I was in, I overheard one of the scientists saying that they were going to begin testing military-grade weaponry using essence. And I knew that they didn't have a good enough grasp on how it works. So I waited for my opportunity. And after the bomb deployed, and that scar, that beautiful scar of pure essence, glistened in the sky, I used everything I could to try to pull myself through. But I just ended up allowing it to come through here.
Felix is gonna move and stand beside Tao.
And you, big guy, I've seen people that were affected similar to you. Strength, fire. Yours came out pretty good. I've seen others that the transformation happened on the outside, and they became disfigured. Some of them turned to stone. Some of them turned into these warped monstrosities. They got an entire facility full of these rejects, is what they call them. Locked away like some sort of fucking animal.
Count myself as lucky.
Yeah, I would say so too. And
I apologize that the majority of your kind weren't so lucky for how my kind treats them.
you don't need to apologize for them.
Felix just kind of like spits on the ground away. He goes, majority of them aren't worth it anyways.
I agree. Now, terrorist. That was a new one. That was a word I never heard in the facilities. So I looked that one up. I wouldn't consider myself a terrorist.
They just don't know what you want.
What I want is simple. I want to go home.
I can't blame you for that. I don't think anyone could. I'm sure there's humans in your plane that are looking for the same thing.
I can only hope that they were treated better. Though, I'm not sure if that's how it worked. I haven't had any sort of contact with anybody on the other side. I don't know what's going on there.
Doesn't appear anybody knows what's going on anymore.
No. But if you reached out because you're trying to help, then let's work together. Let's find out how to go home.
Well, I think we all want to go home. There's no question about that.
Yeah, but there's people that are complacent and they sit here and they accept what the humans want to give them. Sure, they want to go home, but they're not making any steps towards it. And then there are some of us that are doing what we can.
Well, at my camp, on the surface, it looks like our camp is very complacent, as you put it. But it really is just that we have too many eyes on us. We're too public, and I've learned a lot from these kind people here that public perception has a lot of power. And it's probably the reason why we aren't treated worse there. So those, in some cases, I'm sure it is complacency. I don't think across the board it's. I think everybody wants to go back and turn things the way they are, but how we do it is going to matter more than anything, because if we're reckless, we can do things like bring dragons to a world that they should never exist.
Not what I intended to do, but I'd pull over 10 more if it meant I could go home.
I get that, but what if we come up with a plan where you don't have to do it alone? You can have help. Maybe we can make a more stable rift instead of reckless tear.
Exactly.
So that everyone, like, we make a actual doorway that we can walk through. Like, you're going to need help for that.
That's what I'm asking for, is your help.
But you will have to not paint us in a brush, because that's what I'm getting the impression that's what happens here. Is they see one example of something that they're unfamiliar with, and they think it's that way for everyone of that kind. So if you do something that scares them, they're going to think that we all are like that.
This wasn't even me. This was them. This was their weapon that caused this.
That's not the story that they're going to tell, though.
Exactly. No matter what we do, they tell the story they want to tell.
So let's find a place where we can gather in secret, pull other people there that need our help. Maybe get to these facilities where the rejects, as they put it, are being held and experimented on. Free them, get them a safe haven, and then at the same time be working on a way to get home. This is bigger than just you or I. This is a lot of people who need to get home too.
Of course it is. But
Is there anybody else who escaped from the facility you were in?
yes, there were others. There was a...
You need to speak out, as Tal said about public image.
Yeah.
Making it apparent can do some things, and we may be able to orchestrate some form of a committee to try to do things legally, because, you know, as much as I don't think it's logical to attempt to follow the law to the T to make all of this to work on it, it's the only way they're not going to come after you for what you're doing.
They're gonna come after me regardless. Do you think that it was just an open door and I just walked through it and was like, hey, I'm gonna come to this test site? No. There were a few...
I didn't say that. What I was saying is that as long as the proper channels are followed, the majority of humans want the aberrant out. So they would follow what they could do if you tried to go through the correct channels. Correct. To help you leave. Because we want ours back just as much as y'all want to go home.
Let me ask you a question. What have you heard of this weapon testing? What have you heard of the containment breach? What have you heard of the dozens of people that died that day? Because I tell you what, I haven't heard anything. And I was there.
I didn't say that things are right around here.
It's not about being right.
I'm just trying to help. I apologize that you don't want to hear what I have to fucking say.
What
but at
you're
least I'm
not
trying
hearing
here.
is I have already taken steps outside of the proper channels to get to where I am today. And no matter
That's why
what
I asked about
do,
others.
they aren't going to just let me walk away from this.
Right.
I don't know that there are proper channels for this.
I don't think so either. I don't think we can abide by human law and do what we need to have done. I'm sorry, Mr. Felix, but my mind is already made as far as what I want to do in this matter, and is going to go against the laws that I know you're trying to get back in the good graces of right now. I don't think there is I think your laws are fine from what I know of it. I think the flaw of it is the people that are supposed to enforce it.
Corruption is a human disease.
Yeah. While you're all talking,
Felix turns and he was just like walking away, trying to figure out how to get off this fucking roof.
Yeah. As you walk away, you start seeing that he's like kind of moving his hands, and you're seeing these bricks that are just sort of kind of juggling themselves. Like as he's talking and moving his hands.
Are you threatening me?
And he just kind of looks at you, and he said, "If I wanted to cause harm to you, I would have just took you straight up and dropped you. I wouldn't have brought you onto this building." And as he says dropped you, one of the bricks falls to the ground while the other one keeps dancing in the air.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Felix. I don't. He's clearly not the type to waste time with threats, as we saw on the street down there. Can we have a name for you that maybe we can call you in the English language?
So I told you, John Doe 36.
Okay, if you are okay with that, then that's fine with.
What I would like to be called is, and he says his name in the aberrant tongue.
Can I have Felix do his fucking best to try to do that and say that name in aberrant, if he can?
You don't have spellcasting, right?
No.
So go ahead and give me a just an unskilled roll.
You're gonna insult his mother by accident.
I believe.
Oh,
I did it.
And as you say it, he holds the brick still in midair, and he sort of looks over at you. I told you were one of the lucky ones. And he picks up the other brick and he begins juggling again.
Okay, so how can we help this goal that we have in common?
I'm doing research right now. I'm trying to figure out this device that started this whole thing. I'm trying to figure out what it actually was. Because these humans have no idea. They're calling it the Genesis Sphere. They're saying it was some bauble on a necklace. But I'm trying to figure out what it is. If we can figure out what was used to open the initial portal, then we may be able to open a second one, reverse it, or at the very least, get anybody together who agrees upon this and take us back home. But whatever it is, I will not stay here and be treated as cattle.
Where do you stay? Like, you must stay someplace where they can't find you, obviously, otherwise they'd be all over you already.
I don't stay anywhere. I keep moving. Being able to do. He says do, and then he pops it behind you, and he says this helps.
Understood. Do you have? He pulls out his phone. Do you have this or, what was it, Miss Sophie? iPhone 6S or something? I think the S stands for super.
I think that was the new one that the shopkeeper was trying to get you to buy. But
Yeah,
just a phone.
He pulls out like this old Nokia.
Okay, perfect. You give me your number and I give you mine, and then we can communicate, and then we can work together because I can't teleport yet, so I would be slowing you down. So we can work together separately and then keep in touch.
He like types it out on the phone and like shows you it.
Puts it in and then calls it.
And he kind of he looks at it, sees the number, silences it, puts it back in his pocket.
Oh, you didn't answer. All right.
Oh.
Puts it away. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to find a space. This state is full of lots of open land. What I really want to do is find a place that we can all gather where they won't be harassed, and then maybe we can start working together from there.
I'll keep looking. You came from one of the camps, I assume.
Yes, and he names whatever the name of that particular site is.
Like, is that the one north of Vegas, or is that the one on the Arizona border?
Yes. Whichever one it is.
The one north of Vegas.
Okay, yeah.
So, ask around about what happened to the one on the border of Arizona.
I have a feeling I don't want to know, but I will.
You need to. So you can see what these humans really think of us. And as he says that, he's just gone.
Tal, holding his head down, kind of walks over to the group. Well, I can't ask you all to go along with getting into the amount of trouble with the law that I'm about to get into. So this is probably goodbye. And I thank you all for everything so far. I've learned a lot, but I want you all to be able to go home and be safe and go on with your lives and everything.
Humanity doesn't want me anyways.
Well, you were found innocent.
Yeah, and what the fuck am I gonna do now? Sure, I was found innocent, but you know how many people have been found innocent for what they are accused of? And have spent the entire rest of their lives being ridiculed and hated by those who don't believe the sentencing and assume that they are guilty. There are plenty of people out there who, in their eyes, I am a murderer.
So what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I'd love to get as far away from Vegas as I could, but I'm on parole for 3 years and can't leave the state of Nevada. Good for me.
Doesn't sound like much of a victory today, then, when you put it like that.
No. At least I'm not in a cell. It's more than a lot of your kind can say. Fuck it. Fight for others' freedom.
Are you sure?
I don't care.
I mean, like, his perspective on humans, whether you're Kurish or not, like, it's probably going to be similar with a lot of the people that I'm going to be meeting along the way here. Probably worse. They've been through a lot harsher treatment than I have.
I don't know.
All the more reason they need people from this plane to help them, so they can see that not everybody is that bad.
Would be nice.
Just don't even know what I'd do with my life anyway. Why not help others? Steve's got a present. I want a quesadilla. Where's mine?
So, Sin, before you dig into that, do you are you doing anything this entire conversation that's going on? It's been like 10 minutes or so and your peoples have not came back.
Is it getting dark yet?
It's not.
As soon as the sun starts setting, he's gonna just get up and start walking.
Okay. I mean, so they're up on that roof behind you because, Tal discreetly...
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mainly trying to keep people from going over there.
How?
And
Put on a show!
Right? Come on
No.
now.
Don't look over there, look over here.
He's gonna be going up. Anyone that's like gathered around, asking them if they got footage of what happened here. And if he sees someone going away, he's gonna notice you holding your phone. Do you have any footage? And try to coax him back over.
Sure. Give me a performance roll. With a... what do you have? +2 for your attractor right now?
It's a combination of like attractive and fame and shit.
Do it with a -2.
Okay. -2. I still do.
Sure. So, so you managed to keep everybody at bay. After you all have your little conversation on the roof there, I mean, what are you guys doing? You guys just gonna head back and meet up with where X is, or?
Yeah, because we gotta go let him know what's happening.
I want clothes.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Shit.
yeah.
Why do I always end up without clothes?
Sophie, how do you react to this whole event that just transpired in front of you?
Felix rejecting human, become aberrant.
So, for a lot of it, Sophie just didn't want to say anything because she's not sure how that aberrant would even react to her being a part of the conversation, so she just didn't want to make anything aggressive. Just kind of being there and she wants to help. Kind of conflicted about the whole definitely going on that side of the law, but sometimes laws and what is right don't quite match up, so internal battle there.
It's a lot of breaking laws.
Breaking the law.
Alright, yeah, so you guys head down and you see X, like, juggling this crowd of trying to get people distracted and whatnot, but when the, 8-foot tall naked man comes shimmying down a ladder, it tends to distract away a little bit.
Mr. X,
I
we have some
mean, I'm
catching up
not
to do.
8 feet tall.
That's your rebuttal to that whole thing?
What'd you say, John?
We have some catching up to do.
Yeah, what the hell happened?
Well, get
We
rid of
make
your...
our way to someplace private first.
Yes.
Someplace I'm not in public in my underwear. Again.
Oh, Mr. Felix needs some more hero pants.
That's. He's gonna X is gonna look around to the crowd. Does anyone have any spare clothes for the naked guy?
This one right here. This guy.
Give me a persuasion roll with a -4.
Got this.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Now you just hear kind of like soft murmurs and no one really says anything. They're just kind of there. You see a couple people, you know, pulling out their phones.
Felix just kind of like looks at X and he's just like, bro, can I have your suit coat to like wrap around my bottom half?
Yeah, Brent got this for me. It's not mine here.
I know. He's just like trying to cover his nether regions.
Dangly bits.
Trying to think of like how big Felix's hips would be compared to X's shoulders.
He's got the
It's gonna
booty.
be like the wraparound jacket thing, but it's just covering his ass and leaving his front completely exposed.
Just put the sleeve over it. It's fine.
Got the top and the bottom buttons buttoned and a gonzo nose in the middle.
just tuck it into the sleeve and like
Fuck it, what's done is done.
Open on the hip like a really high split skirt.
There you go.
And he looks to Tal and he goes, can I have your suit coat?
Oh, sure.
Taiwan one way, Taiwan the other way. He's got a skirt now.
Everybody roll me a d6.
Man, the press is gonna now see me naked.
oh.
Sophie. High or low?
Mhm. Hi.
Mm.
Okay.
That is high.
What I do.
So as you guys are getting coats and everything ready, you hear off in the distance the sounds of police sirens, but it's
Not a fan.
it's pretty far off, like way out there, but it's enough to snap you guys kind of back into reality. And Brent's like, yeah, we should probably get out of here.
Please.
Well,
Please. Should somebody stay with the wrecked vehicle because they're gonna want to talk to somebody? I don't know.
I would
Mechanic,
imagine
like,
Mr.
Twist
Brent
some
Turner.
knobs and fix it.
Brent
What?
kind of just reaches in and hits the key, and you hear it like ring, kicks in. He's like, "All right, let's go."
That's real convenient. He just jumps in.
Get in the half-exploded vehicle.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, the seats are a little bit messed up.
A little crunchy now.
The door handle in the back don't work too good. He's like, oh, I'm gonna have to think of a way to explain this one.
How the fuck do we explain that?
I don't know.
Could we say someone stole it?
We could try. I mean, I know a couple areas I could probably ditch it and say that it was taken, but we might have a few.
Witnesses.
Yeah. So, we did nothing illegal here, so we're fine.
I don't know. Got some indecent exposure.
You were wearing your underwear, it's fine. There's no law that says you can't walk around in your underwear. As much as we wish that there was. This is Vegas.
Yeah.
He just kind of... You see him, like, move the mirror, and he just looks you dead in the eyes when he says that. This is Vegas.
Well, Mr. X, just to catch you up briefly, that guy is named John Doe 36. They did tests on him. He escaped. He says the people at the lab that were testing on him opened the rift, and then the dragon came through, and he wanted to go home but couldn't get through. The dragon is subdued by some of our elders, but they don't know how much longer they're going to be able to contain it.
I spoke aberrant.
He did. It was a little rough, but it was good.
I did it though. I didn't
You
think I
did.
could. Just went for
Trying
it.
to. You trying to activate the inner fire on your own?
That'd be something. I wonder if that would work.
Could work.
Could use it to my advantage that way. Maybe.
Maybe build up a resistance to the effects.
I was joking.
Yeah, because otherwise you might explode.
I mean, it'd be best to have some sort of control over it, so this doesn't happen again.
Go all Human Torch, just say something and it's basically my flame on!
Get a sleeping bag, go out into the desert for a few days, and you can do that. Don't do that anywhere near us, though.
Sophie says something hot.
I feel like she's learning how to burn other people's clothes off.
Oops.
I mean, if he gets close enough. But he'd hurt her too, so it's not worth
So, Mr. X, I've decided that I am going to try to help Mr. John Doe with his quest to go home, because that's kind of what all of us want.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to try to get people to safety who are locked away in facilities and being experimented on. And we obviously cannot do so or be caught with him without being completely associated with everything that comes with. So I have decided that I'm going to go and do this without you guys, but Mr. Felix sounds like he's, I don't know, he keeps using the words fuck it, so I think he's coming with.
Huh? How did we go from he wanted to go home to fuck it, let's do this, let's go to a facility?
Well, like, we aren't able to figure out how to get home because anytime we use our magic, then, you know, it seems your military wants to figure out how to use the essence for their benefit, which can't be good. And any other way that we use our magic is considered a threat. So there's really no way to do this and stay on the side of the law that you all should be on.
I haven't really been on the side of the law too much of my life. This is just the first time I've gotten caught. He like, looks around to the rest of the group. Yeah.
Yeah, but I know Mr. Felix was explaining that being found innocent really isn't that great here, unfortunately, but...
How?
Because society's still gonna have plenty of people who assume I'm a murderer.
And their opinion matters because...
Employment.
Okay.
How the hell am I supposed to afford to live and eat if nobody's gonna hire me, you know? Oh, you want my infamy in your band? That's fucking fine.
Yeah, like I said, who cares what other people think?
You'd think somebody in the music industry might care?
Yeah, but I don't.
Whatever, bro.
Brent looks at you in the mirror. Rappers do it all the time.
I was gonna say.
Snoop Dogg!
Please never do that again. So, am I dropping you guys off and then dropping...
Is our house no longer an active crime scene? Can I go home?
You can go home.
Oh
Let's go home.
Let's go
Tal.
the fuck home.
Hmm?
Your blanket's still at my place.
Oh, my blanket. Okay, I'll pick up my blanket and then I'll keep moving so I can get started.
I'll stay a night. I want to talk to you, and I may be able to help because I have billions of people that listen to what I say that might be able to help. I have info. I can put out info.
No. You've all have done like so much already, and anything you do to associate yourselves to me from here on out, I got the impression from court that they're always going to refer back to any associations that you may have prior to whatever happens down the road. And you all have like family and loved ones and lives and jobs and stuff. I don't have any of that to lose, so.
It's because you've already lost it, Talius.
Yes, that's why I want to help myself and others get back home, though.
Exactly.
I mean, even the Kurish are kind of ostracized here, and after that trial, anybody who sees it is going to be looking at me differently because the fucking prosecuting attorney was a dick. So, I mean, things are different for me now, too. Not to the same extent, but...
I've been putting out video after video trying to help Aberranth since about a year before I even met you. If you start doing something, we were associated in court, and they're going to look at me trying to associate or tie into you. I'm already wrapped up into this. I've been involved in this for like a year now. This is something I can actually do physically to help.
We're already wrapped up in a lot of fucking shit. Hold on, let's reel it back for a second. What about Rushkov? Brent, what the fuck are we gonna... Are we sure that we're safe? We kind of avoided using his name in the trial.
Yeah, we did that purposefully, and I stayed away from trying to throw the cops under the bus, too. Name of the game is keep a low profile, keep the radar off of us. I mean, I have a feeling that if Rushkov wanted to get to us, he could have got to us. So, I don't know if he was the one pulling the strings. I don't know if there's someone inside on the PD that was pulling the strings. I don't know if it was just dumb fucking luck that they stumbled upon us there, but obviously keep your head on a swivel, but don't. I think we're gonna be okay.
And thank you, Mr. Brent Turner, for all your help.
I told you guys we were in this together.
You were worth every bit of that money that we gave you.
Damn right.
Speaking of money, do I owe you more now that we've won?
Well, you owe restitution to the state. You don't owe me anything extra now.
Okay, Felix just kind of grabs the backpack and he's going for it. He gets $2,000 out and hands it to Sophie and he goes, "I'm not taking your money."
Okay. but I've already spent some of it, so this isn't all mine.
Nope, that's all yours.
But
I dragged you in.
you also kept me alive, so there's that. All right, fine. Puts it in pocket, bag, something. Puts it away to use for later shenanigans.
You mean pay off your credit card?
Yeah, probably that. That's a good idea.
We should pay off the credit card that we took that out of.
Nah.
I forgot that's how we got it.
Mm-hmm. Cash advance on your American Express.
Cash advances are nice at like a 35% APR.
Yeah, they are.
Oh shit!
How much did you pull out? $2,000?
Shit.
She's like, fuck this. I'm working outside the law now.
That's like what? So you owe back $2,700?
Exactly. I've already helped a lot by giving the 2K back. You still spent 700.
Okay, fine. In that case, I'm not gonna argue.
Alright. So, I guess back to our place. I'm sorry about melting your car. And the rental suit.
It's fine.
Tal's like looking at all the bullet holes in it.
Is this the same rental van that we
No,
had
this is a
stashed
different
before?
one. This is a different one.
Okay.
This is the second one.
That's even better.
Sorry, Brent.
You got the insurance on this one, right?
Got the insurance on all of them.
That's good. That's good.
Glad you're thinking ahead.
I keep looking over at the chat and just seeing the clip Snoop Dogg and losing my mind again. I can't wait to watch it.
Oh god.
Now we just really need to make sure we have a clip of Tal asking for a fist bump.
Fist me.
I'm pretty sure
I wasn't gonna
clipped
say it.
that one too.
I
Okay.
think so.
All right. Good. Necessary things.
I'm gonna have to go through all of Heathcliff's clips. That's
He's
a
not
mouthful.
Heathcliff. He's not Heathcliff anymore. He's Heathclips.
Heathclips.
I like it.
So yeah. So based on where you guys are at right now, X and Felix's house is the closest. So Brent's like, all right, we'll drop X and Felix off, and then we can take you and Tiff home. Meta-wise, Sophie, Tiff has been added to your main tab under Allies. So if you need to call her for anything, you have her full stat sheet at your disposal, including all of her hindrances, her edges, her stats, all that jazz. Similarly, Felix, you have Brent Turner at your disposal.
Fuck yeah, Brent Turner!
There's no saying that, like, he will do it, but it is a contact that you can reach out to, and you have his stat block and everything there, too.
So where would I find that?
Go to your main tab, and then there's an
There
ally.
he is!
Brent Turner,
Brent
the
fucking
lawyer.
Turner! He's a well-rounded individual. Good on you, Brent.
So, you guys kind of continue your little chit chatter. Pull up at the apartment complex. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll.
Fuck.
Notice
Alright, fuck
something.
it.
You just reroll twice?
I haven't used the Benny this session.
Oh. Oh, you know what? I've used a few and did not mark it off. My bad all.
Cheating.
I mean, it's on my screen. It's just not on there. I wish that I could... okay.
Grumpy.
We're going to get me off on a fucking Fantasy Grounds tangent, and I don't want to go down there. So... everybody but X. You notice that all the police tape is gone. Everything seems to be back to normal as far as the crime scene being cleared up. Sophie, you can't help but look over in the direction of where the bodies were in front of like X's house, and you don't see any stains or anything crazy like that. Felix, you see that that everything seems to be in order as far as your door's closed, the curtains are still closed, everything's good there. And just as you're about to open the door, you notice that parked right in front of your next door neighbor's house is Julian's old Cadillac.
Brent,
Yeah?
that's Julian's car.
Fuck. I could call the cops.
I mean,
nope.
They
No,
should check
nope.
it out considering he's missing.
No cops.
Tal, you don't have to be seen. You're welcome to stay inside of X's apartment. This doesn't involve you. It involves me. They will talk to me and me alone.
No, I would just. No,
I'm just
good.
trying to make sure Julian's safe. He may have gotten me into all this shit, but he still doesn't deserve to die.
Okay, I mean, handle it however you need to. I will leave.
Just go in X's apartment. Y'all not involved. I'll swing by later.
Okay.
Sophie, I don't know if you wanted to discuss plans for all of this later, or if you wanted to hang around and either X or I could drive you back to your apartment, or...
We would have to both drive both of them back.
Right, you both have motorcycles.
Yeah, I know.
And there's two of
All
us.
I'm saying
Yeah,
is...
yeah.
I was under the assumption that Tiff didn't want to be involved, so wasn't really extending that offer.
I mean, I can take Sophie and Tiff back. I could take just Tiff back. I mean, I can stay here and wait for the cops if you want me to. You let me know.
Somebody should, so that way there's no question, wait, don't go into your apartment yet, let the cops go and check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Have somebody here with you so you have a witness to corroborate that if anything is amiss inside your apartment, you weren't a part of it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if, how much you remember of my apartment, but you were, the last one to see it in order, so... I don't know if you want to be my witness on that?
Yeah, I can stay.
Thanks.
Of course.
You
But I
guys
still
want me
think
to
we
stay,
should
or
wait
you want
to
me
go
to
in.
take Tiff back? What do you want?
What does Tiff want?
Yeah, Tiff, it's up to you. You don't have to stay. I know you don't particularly want to.
Be involved.
Yeah.
I want to go home. I want to take a hot shower. I want to get out of these clothes. If you think you're gonna be safe here, then I can just go. If you want me to stay, I'll stay.
I'll be fine. Go shower, change, relax. I'll call you later.
She kind of just looks over at Brent and nods. He's like, you want me to call them, or are you gonna call them, or?
I mean, I'd have to go in my house to call, so if somebody wants to take out their phone, because I don't know, I still didn't... Kind of thinking of keeping the burner phone as a burner phone, because it's seeming like we're gonna get in some hot shit.
I'll hand him my phone.
Alright. Gonna call LVPD. Let them know I have spotted Julian's car.
As you're doing that, Brent backs out. And he's like, you have my burner number, you have my personal number. Call me if you need anything.
Absolutely. Thank you for everything, Brent.
And
Is Tal with Brent?
I'm gonna leave you a great Yelp review!
No, go with X because he wanted to talk, and I need my blanket.
5 stars
yes.
on Google.
You got it, bro!
So he pulls out slowly. And you can see him like kind of creep into the stop sign as he's like looking over at you on the phone. You call the cops, and a few minutes later, a single squad car pulls up. Lights on, but no siren.
I'm gonna take X or Tal into the apartment while Felix talks to them. If you talk to them,
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna be like looking through the blinds or anything, or are you
Definitely.
probably.
both of them just shoulder to shoulder?
Right. Can you hear what they're saying?
They're Scooby-Dooing out the doorway.
I can see you. Shh.
No, you can't. I'm sneaky.
Tal's like, Mr. Felix, you're doing great. So the cop pulls up. He's like, you the one that called?
Yes. He's still standing there with just 2 suit coats wrapped around his waist.
Yep. He gives you kind of a weird look, and he's like, so
It's been a weird day.
I wasn't gonna ask. Believe
Figured
me,
I'd say what we're thinking.
I worked 3rd shift for 3 years. This doesn't even register on my radar of weird things.
I
Vegas,
third shift
baby.
in Vegas. I can't even imagine. Whew.
So he's like, you got the key?
I do not have the key to the vehicle. No.
Were you talking about to the apartment?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I'm gonna assume that I have my key. Would that have been something that the police officers took and gave me when I left?
Did you got your wallet too, or no?
I had my wallet.
Then yeah, I'd assume you got your keys and wallet and everything.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I got my keys.
He was like, he takes the key from you. He puts it in the lock. He turns it, creaks the door open a little bit, pulls out his gun, and he's like, LVPD, is there anybody in the premises? Knocks. Doom, doom, doom. LVPD. And you see the door go open, and you watch him walk into the darkness of your apartment. And then, about 30 seconds later or so, he comes back out, and he's like, apartment's clear.
Alright, thank you. I don't really know why his vehicle is here, and I do know that he's missing, so just figured I'd report it.
Yeah, no, we can send someone out to investigate this. And he like starts walking around and he's like shining his flashlight into it. He's like, it all looks pretty empty. And then as he gets to the back of the car, you see him just kind of look up and close his eyes for a second. It's like, there's a key in the trunk.
That's not good.
And you see him reach in his pocket, pulls out some gloves, turns the key, pops it open, and then you see him immediately shut the trunk and get on his radio. And he starts calling for backup.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Felix and Sophie, both of you can give me a notice roll.
Oh no. Okay. Wow.
Felix was paying a lot of attention.
What the
Holy shit, dude.
Felix was paying a lot of attention.
I'd say.
In the
Very
little bit of
concerned.
time that the trunk was open, Sophie, you could see that there was a body in the back of the trunk with its hands bound. Felix, you could see that this definitely was Julian. And in the brief amount of time that the trunk was open, something caught your attention with his hand that you couldn't quite figure out why. And after the trunk shuts, it registers in your mind that he was holding a tongue. And that's where we'll end it at for the night.
It's a good
I'm
thing
gonna
Felix has
remember
his
that
emotional
cliffhanger.
support, Sophie.
Yeah, definitely gonna be like grabbing onto his arm because there's no jacket or sleeve or anything, and
You should not be touching Felix.
You gonna be-
I'm still essence fueled.
You're probably, at this point, it's probably faded.
Okay, I was about to say that's still a status that's showing on here.
So typically, like, an hour or so of like inactivity usually makes your fatigue go away no matter what. And this is no different with that. So we'll say, yeah, that's just to make it official. There you go. It's removed.
Yay.
So yeah. So thanks everybody for hanging out. I have a game changer card that Bob played that I enjoy, so we will bring that one into the game next week. I have whatever the fuck Heathcliff just did that I'll have to, I'll just read it right now. Cool. I like that one. You'll like that one too, everybody.
Will we though?
Did he
Yeah.
make the Valley Girl NPC?
Oh
He
no.
did not. He did not.
Oh boo! Heathcliff!
I think you'll like this better though.
Wanted it.
There's a card that Evil played that I did not get a chance to resolve yet. I will next session.
Yay.
And yeah. So thanks everybody for hanging out here. We had a few new follows tonight. Thank you for that. I'm trying to see where it's at, but it's not popping up. Let me go to the dashboard so I can do this right proper. The Curse of Yig, thank you for the follow. And Undead Bergbro, thank you for the follow. And only one person on in the room, thank you for the follow. I didn't even see that one. But thank you. We'll be back next week. Next week. First thing too, I got you. It probably won't be first thing, just because thematically that wouldn't really make much sense. But it will be done. And I had some ideas of things already, and if, from a story standpoint, we get to my ideas before we get to that, then I'll just combine them.
No.
In case you guys didn't know, that's how I do things all the time. That I have a notion of where I want to go, and then chat throws stuff, and I'm like, sometimes that's a better idea. Sometimes we diverge and we do that, and then we come back to mine. Sometimes I just go, yeah, we're just gonna do them both. It could be one of those times. I could conceivably throw Elric's idea and Heathcliff's idea and Bob's idea all into one if I wanted to.
That's terrifying. Please don't.
No, that'd be great. It'll be good. And we could have Allie narrate the whole thing on the fly as it's happening.
No.
With no notes.
Terrible. Well, the notes were bad anyway, so that might be better.
The notes are only bad because you didn't get to the last page. If you'd have got to that last page, we'd have seen the good notes.
Uh-huh.
I watched the clip now.
The Snoop Dogg one?
The Snoop Dogg one, yes.
Snoop Dogg?
I did that a lot better than I thought I did.
It was perfect. It couldn't have been done better by anyone else. That's a fact. But yeah, so thanks everybody. The other thing I was going to say in regards to stream loots is that next week there are the cards that are just missing. I'm not going to tell you which ones they are. I'm going to make you do a little bit of work. There are cards there that are blank that are waiting for suggestions. Those aren't what I'm talking about. The ones that are just outright missing, like when you see that it skips from like clubs and then it's missing hearts and then diamonds and spades, like that heart. All those cards are going live next week because at this point we have introduced the story elements that I wanted to make sense with that, namely the essence overload and essence overflowing. Those are two story beads that will be allowed to kind of play off of, and things that are thematically similar to that. But I'm not going to spoil it, and I'm not going to make them go live until next Thursday. So you're not even going to be able to see what they are until next Thursday. But on next Thursday, they will be live. But thank you all so much. I appreciate it. I need to find someone to raid out to. If you have any suggestions, feel free to drop them. If not, then I'm just going to see who we have. Let's see if there's anybody playing Savage Worlds first. Which there probably won't be, because there's not a lot of people that play that, unfortunately. Which is a goddamn shame. If you run TTRPGs and you don't run Savage World, you should give it a shot, because it's fun.
Oh no.
Well, my brother's streaming right now with his friend. So if you don't find somewhere to go, we could bug him.
What are they playing?
I don't know. Road Warden? What the fuck is that?
Let's find out.
Hold on.
We'll catch them.
Nope, wait. Adam's not in there. It's just his friend. Never mind.
Oh, well, fuck his friend. If it's not him, we're not going.
Fuck his friend, yo.
This one says English cosplay. They have a bright, colorful layout.
This mage of sorts appears.
They're playing right now. Okay, quick. We need to move on this while we can.
All right. Let's
All
go.
right. We're raiding out. Fabled 42. Hang out for the raid. You get points for this channel. Then you can use those points to buy raises and cards and things for the players and yourself.
I can?
Let's do that. Thank you guys again so much. That's all I got. Good night.
Mm.